Beneath the gaslit fog of Yharnam, the air is never truly still. It carries the scent of burning incense and the iron tang of blood, thick enough to taste on the tongue. Every echo of footsteps on the cobblestone seems to vanish into the night, swallowed by a silence that feels almost alive. The city breathes through its spires, its alleys, its labyrinthine sewers. For centuries, Yharnam has stood as a monument to humanity's most sacred pursuit, salvation through blood. And yet, beneath its majestic facade, there has always been something deeply wrong. The origins of Yharnam are older than its people remember. Long before the healing church sanctified its cathedrals, the earth below was carved with winding tombs and chambers, the remnants of a civilization that had touched the cosmos and paid dearly for it. These were the Thumerians, a race who communed with the Great Ones, beings that existed far beyond the limitations of flesh and time. Their cities were not built, but grown, shaped by rituals of blood and flame. When their empire crumbled, the survivors sealed their gods within the labyrinth, entombing both their power and their shame. It was in these depths that the scholars of Byrgenwerth unearthed the first traces of the old blood. They were not priests then, but seekers of truth, men and women who believed that within the veins of ancient corpses flowed a path to enlightenment. They studied the inscriptions, deciphered the carvings, and found a promise buried in the dust. The blood of the Great Ones could heal any wound, cure any disease, and perhaps even bridge the gap between humanity and divinity. From this promise, Yharnam was reborn. What had once been a modest trade city became a destination for pilgrims and scholars alike. The healing church rose from the ashes of Byrgenwerth's ambition, its cathedrals piercing the skyline like monuments to divine revelation. The church promised deliverance to all, a world free of sickness, pain, and death itself. But its rituals were not sacraments, they were experiments, and their sacrament was blood. The early years of the church were marked by miracles. The sick were healed, the crippled walked, and those on the brink of death found themselves rejuvenated by the ministrations of the blood. The church's ministers carried silver chalices filled with the sacred ichor, and believers lined the streets, eager for a drop of salvation. The blood was called holy, yet no one questioned its origin. To question was to doubt the miracle, and in Yharnam, doubt was a kind of heresy. As the city grew rich on devotion, its foundations began to rot. Those who received the blood too often began to change. Their bodies swelled with unnatural vitality, their eyes gleamed with feverish light, and their appetites deepened into something unspeakable. The healing church dismissed the early cases as anomalies, impurities in the blood, accidents of administration. But the truth spread, like a whisper, through the gutters and the graveyards. The blood was not a cure. It was an infection. The first outbreak began quietly in the lower wards. Families vanished overnight, their homes marked with sigils of quarantine. The church's black-hooded hunters patrolled the streets, dragging the transformed into the flames, declaring that the beasts would burn and the city would heal. But Yharnam did not heal. It adapted. By the time the red moon first rose above the spires, the city had already begun its transformation. The scent of blood had become so familiar that no one could tell where healing ended and hunger began. The cobblestones shone dark under lantern light, stained by centuries of sacrament and slaughter. Yet the people prayed harder than ever. They believed that if they only bled enough, sacrificed enough, their salvation would finally come. It is said that the moon over Yharnam reflects not light, but memory. The memory of every ritual performed, every plea offered, every life consumed by the promise of transcendence. When the moon turns red, it is not merely a celestial event, but a reckoning. the line between man and beast blurs, and the great ones draw near. In this city, damned by its own faith, every street is a scripture written in blood. The statues of the saints stare down upon a congregation of beasts, and the bells of the cathedral toll not for worship, but for the hunt. Those who still call themselves human cling to the dream that they are saving Yharnam. But salvation, here, is only another form of madness. For to understand Yharnam is to understand hunger, not merely for flesh, but for meaning, for communion with the divine. Every citizen, from the lowest beggar to the highest cleric, carries within them a fragment of that yearning. The old blood did not create this desire. It merely amplified what was already there, humanity's refusal to accept its limits. And so, Yharnam stands, eternal in its decay, a city both living and dead, where every prayer is answered with a curse. The fires of purification burn endlessly, yet the streets never grow clean. The beasts return, the hunters rise, and the cycle continues. Each generation believing itself the last to fall, each blood ritual deeper than the one before. The night of the hunt is not an event, but a state of existence. It is the rhythm by which Yharnam breathes. And somewhere beneath that rhythm, in the labyrinths that pulse beneath the city, the old gods stir in their sleep, listening to the heartbeat of the civilization that replaced their worship with imitation. Perhaps that is the truest curse of Yharnam, not that it was destroyed, but that it endures. The city's soul has become its own nightmare, looping endlessly through faith, failure, and rebirth. The blood that once promised salvation now demands devotion. And those who drink of it, willingly or not, become part of the city's dream, a dream from which there is no waking. As the red moon rises higher, painting the rooftops in its crimson light, the sound of bells echoes once more across the sleeping streets. Somewhere, a hunter awakens from uneasy rest, drawn by instinct to the call. The hunt begins again, and the city remembers its purpose. But before we can understand why Yharnam hunts, we must understand what it hunts for, and what ancient force first taught mankind to seek deliverance in blood. The story of Yharnam's damnation begins not in its cathedrals, but in the lecture halls of Byrgenwerth, where a handful of scholars first looked into the dark and mistook what they saw for truth. The man who would shape the destiny of Yharnam was Lawrence, once a disciple of Master Willem, whose doctrine could be summed in a single phrase: "We are thinking on the basest of planes. What we need are more eyes." Willem believed that human transcendence could only come through the expansion of perception, through the cultivation of what he called insight. His research sought to open the mind, not the body. But Lawrence was restless. He looked beyond thought and into the promise of the flesh. In the labyrinths beneath the city, Lawrence and his companions found relics of a civilization that predated human memory. The Thumerians, whose communion with the Great Ones had transformed them into something more than human, and yet less than divine. There, entombed in their ruins, the scholars discovered the old blood. Lawrence saw in it the tangible proof that the divine could be drawn into mortal veins. To Willem, this was blasphemy, a dangerous shortcut that would corrupt all who embraced it. But Lawrence was no longer listening. He had seen the blood heal, seen it restore the dying and strengthen the frail. In his heart, he believed that salvation was not of the mind, but of the body. When he left Byrgenwerth, others followed. Together, they established a new faith, a sanctuary where belief and science could merge beneath one banner. They called it the Healing Church. Its foundation was not doctrine, but miracle. Where Willem preached restraint, Lawrence offered results. Where Byrgenwerth sought understanding, the church promised healing. And so the faithful came, the sick, the desperate, the broken, offering their bodies as vessels for salvation. At first, the church appeared pure. The old blood was administered with ceremony, each ritual performed as though it were divine sacrament. Those who received it spoke of visions, of radiant cities, of celestial beings whispering through the stars. They claimed to feel reborn. Lawrence believed the blood was the key to humanity's evolution, a ladder that would bridge the gap between Earth and the cosmos. The clergy began to call this process ascension, though none yet knew the cost. As the church grew, it fractured. Beneath the grand cathedral, a secretive order known as the choir formed, devoted not merely to healing, but to communion. They believed the blood could do more than cure. It could connect them to the great ones themselves. Their research was shrouded in silence, their prayers conducted in the highest spires where moonlight pooled through stained glass. Among them, whispers began of a being called Ebrietas, a daughter of the cosmos, found deep within the tombs. To the choir, she was both patron and proof, the living remnant of divinity left behind by the stars. The lower clergy, however, had no time for contemplation. They were physicians, ministers, and administrators of the people's faith. Their task was not enlightenment, but control. The church's blood ministrations had to be regulated, lest the masses misuse what they could not comprehend. Yet even among the devout, something strange began to happen. The more often the blood was given, the more dependent its recipients became, and those denied it grew restless, their veins aching for the taste of salvation. In the shadows of the church's order, Lawrence began to doubt. The first outbreaks of transformation had begun, small at first, a trembling hand, a sudden fit of rage, a patient whose bones twisted beneath the skin. The clerics called these reactions, claiming they were proof that the blood was purifying the impure. But the truth was simpler and darker. The blood was changing them. When Willem's letter finally reached him, a simple note bearing the words, "Fear the old blood," Lawrence could not turn back. His faith had already taken root in every corner of Yharnam. The city's wealth, its politics, even its sense of identity revolved around the church. The old blood had become more than medicine. It was Yharnam's god. To renounce it would mean to renounce everything they had built. And so, the rituals continued. The cathedral ward overflowed with the faithful, chanting hymns to the healing church, their voices echoing against the high stone. Below them, in the hidden laboratories of the choir and the research hall, the experiments grew increasingly grotesque. The blood was refined, distilled, blended with new essences drawn from creatures found deep within the labyrinths. The aim was not merely healing, but evolution. The scholars sought to create humanity's successor, a being who could perceive the cosmos as easily as one might perceive light. One by one, their test subjects failed, minds shattered, bodies dissolved. Yet occasionally, something extraordinary emerged, a patient whose head swelled with eyes beneath the skin, a man whose blood shimmered like starlight. They called these beings kin, the children of the cosmos. To the choir, they were sacred. To the church's lower priests, they were abominations. But to Lawrence, they were progress, proof that the blood was working. Meanwhile, the people of Yharnam celebrated. Their city had become the center of the world, its influence spreading far beyond its Gothic walls. Pilgrims arrived daily, carrying offerings, their voices rising in praise. The old blood flowed like wine, and with it came a new kind of devotion, one that replaced prayer with hunger. Yet behind every miracle was a secret: the hunters. These were the church's silent executioners, trained by Lawrence's most trusted ally, Gehrman. They walked the streets by moonlight, armed with blades that folded like clockwork, sworn to purge the beasts that the church's blood had birthed. They were not saviors, but custodians of an illusion. Each night, they burned the evidence, ensuring that by dawn, Yharnam would awaken, believing itself healed. It was a delicate balance, the church's deception, the hunter's duty, and the people's faith, all bound together by the rhythm of blood. But as the nights grew longer, and the moon began to bleed, the balance faltered. Too much had been taken, too many had transformed, and the old blood could no longer be contained. Lawrence himself was the first to pay the price, his body twisted under the strain of his own faith, his blood rebelling against him. The founder of the healing church became the first Cleric Beast, a towering monstrosity of fur and flame. His screams echoed through the cathedral, yet his followers mistook them for divine revelation. The miracle of blood had reached its perfection and its damnation. Yharnam did not notice the exact moment it fell. There was no single night of catastrophe, no trumpet of warning. Instead, it was a slow, inevitable descent, like the quiet ebb of a tide, pulling an entire world beneath the surface. The people kept praying, the priests kept preaching, and beneath the moon, the beasts kept hunting. To walk through Yharnam now is to walk through that illusion, a city still praying for a cure long after it has died. But to understand how such a place could persist in its own nightmare, we must look deeper into what the blood truly was, and the cosmic forces that flowed through it long before Yharnam's first drop was spilled. To grasp how Yharnam became a city damned, we must descend below its streets, into the layers of stone that predate its founding, where the true heart of its curse was first uncovered. Before the healing church rose, before Byrgenwerth even had a name, there was only the tomb. Its passageways stretched beyond reason, built not by human hands, but by an intelligence that understood geometry as prayer. The air down there was heavy, thick with decay, and the faint metallic scent of dried blood. Torches burned without sound. The walls shimmered with carvings that hurt to look at, as though the symbols themselves rejected mortal comprehension. The first explorers of these tombs were not saints or scholars, but grave robbers, drawn by rumors of relics buried beneath Yharnam's earth. Yet what they found was no mere ruin. It was a labyrinth alive with presence, a network of chambers pulsating like organs, breathing with something that remembered being alive. Their lanterns flickered in unison, as if reacting to some unseen pulse. One by one, the intruders vanished. Only fragments of their journals survived, scrawled with words that seemed to lose coherence the deeper they went. "The air hums," one wrote. "The stones watch. There is blood, but it does not dry." Byrgenwerth scholars later followed in their footsteps. Led by Willem and Lawrence, they came equipped not with greed, but with reverence. They understood that this place was sacred, though not in any sense known to man. What they discovered within those depths would alter human destiny. Among the ruins lay chalices carved of bone and metal, etched with the same impossible geometry that adorned the walls. When touched, the chalices pulsed, warm as living flesh. Through ritual, they learned these vessels could open passages between worlds, each layer of the labyrinth corresponding not only to physical depth, but to spiritual proximity. The further one descended, the closer one drew to the sleeping gods. These gods, the great ones, were not dead. They were dreaming. Their thoughts shaped the reality around them, bending time, space, and matter into endless repetition. The labyrinth was not a tomb, but a bridge between waking and dream, an echo chamber where divine thought condensed into physical form. Lawrence believed the blood that pooled within these ruins was the residue of that divine dreaming, the old blood. Willem cautioned restraint. insisting that humanity was not ready to touch such power. But Lawrence saw only potential. To him, the Great Ones were not to be feared, but studied, imitated, even emulated. Among the discoveries made in those early expeditions was a sarcophagus unlike any other. Within it lay the remains of a woman, tall, elongated, her features almost human but not quite. Her bones shimmered faintly under torchlight, as if coated in silver dust. Upon her chest rested a small, ornate vessel filled with congealed crimson fluid. Lawrence was transfixed. The inscriptions surrounding the tomb spoke of Yharnam, Queen of the Old Blood. This was the moment the curse found its name. The Queen was Thumerian, last of her kind, and mother to a stillborn child of the Great Ones. The scholars took the relics and left the tomb sealed behind them, but the Queen's name would echo above ground, reborn as a city. As the Byrgenwerth scholars brought their discoveries to the surface, they did not realize they were bringing the nightmare with them. The old blood, once exposed to air, did not decay. It multiplied. When diluted and injected, it bound itself to human tissue, rewriting the body's laws. Wounds sealed instantly. Blind eyes saw again, but those who received too much began to experience visions. Vast oceans beneath alien stars, creatures made of shadow and sound. They heard whispers, promises of communion. The Great Ones had found new vessels. It was this discovery that split Byrgenwerth. Willem saw the creeping madness in his pupil's eyes and knew that insight, once gained, could not be unlearned. He ordered the blood sealed away, the research halted, but Lawrence, driven by the belief that enlightenment must come through experience, defied him. He took the blood and the knowledge of the chalices and founded what would become the Healing Church. Years later, the church would excavate the tombs again, this time with ritual and purpose. They renamed the ruins the Old Labyrinth, calling it the Tomb of the Gods. The choir performed ceremonies of blood and song, using the chalices to open paths that the human mind was not meant to navigate. The hunters followed, torch and blade in hand, to clear the beasts that emerged from the shadows. None of them understood that they were not merely uncovering history. They were reenacting the rituals that had doomed the Thumerians. Every chalice ritual was a communion. The priests believed they were uncovering lost wisdom, but what they truly did was invite the dreams of the Great Ones into the waking world. The labyrinth shifted in response, its corridors reshaping themselves with every invocation. What had once been stone became flesh. What was sealed became open again. The city above began to resonate with the same pulse. Yharnam's streets became extensions of the labyrinth below, veins through which divine blood flowed freely. The people sensed it, even if they could not name it. The ground seemed to hum. The air grew thicker. Night after night, the moon appeared larger. Its pale light tinged faintly red. Dogs howled at its rise. Infants cried without cause. The faithful claimed it was a sign of divine blessing, proof that the Healing Church had brought heaven closer to earth. But those who worked in the depths, those who saw what lay beneath, began to whisper another truth. They said the gods were waking. Among the artifacts recovered from the lower labyrinth was a chalice inscribed with the words, "Let the chalice reveal the tomb of the gods. Let blood be the hunter's nourishment." The church took it as scripture. They built altars around it, but its meaning was literal. Each ritual opened the tomb further, feeding it the blood of those who performed it. And as the tomb fed, so too did the city above. When the first great beast rose from the catacombs, it was not a monster, but a revelation. Its body was made of muscle and light, its form shifting like flame. Those who beheld it fell to their knees in worship before realizing their mistake. It tore through the cathedral, screaming in voices that were not its own. The choir called it a child of the cosmos. The hunters called it a nightmare. Both were right. From that night onward, the boundaries between city and labyrinth dissolved. Dreams leaked into waking life. Blood rituals produced not salvation, but mutation. The church claimed to cleanse the corruption through fire, but each cleansing left behind ashes that pulsed faintly in the moonlight. Beneath the city, the tombs breathed faster. Yharnam's destiny had already been sealed, written in the carvings that lined the Thumerian stones. The queen beneath the earth had given her name to the city above, and through that name, the curse endured. The old blood had returned to its rightful place, the hearts of those who sought to control it. And the great ones, patient and eternal, began to listen once more. To understand how the city's faith twisted into madness, we must look next at how the healing church turned communion into control, and how its rituals, meant to bridge heaven and earth, instead bound an entire civilization to the dreams of gods. At the height of Yharnam's glory, the healing church had transformed the city into a living cathedral. Its towers clawed at the red-tinged sky like supplicant hands, and beneath the tolling of its bells, an entire populace knelt in unison, whispering prayers not of repentance, but of longing. For in Yharnam, salvation was not sought through faith alone. It was taken through the veins. Every street, every chapel, every home pulsed to the rhythm of blood. It was no longer medicine, it was communion. The church spoke of the old blood as divine inheritance, a sacred link to the great ones who watched from beyond the veil of the stars. Each ministration was a ritual, a reenactment of the first miracle performed by Lawrence and his followers when they discovered that the blood could heal the incurable. Yet, beneath this devotion lay something darker. The faithful did not understand the full nature of what they consumed. The priests themselves did not. They only knew that the blood worked until it didn't. The rituals began simply. The clergy, robed in white, would gather in the cathedrals as incense burned thick in the air. Chalices, filled with the viscous crimson fluid, were passed hand to hand, and the congregation, trembling, would partake. "Let blood be the hunter's nourishment," the high cleric would recite, "and let communion be our deliverance." Those who drank felt a surge of vitality so powerful it bordered on ecstasy. Limbs tingled, the mind cleared, and a sense of transcendence overcame them. But behind that ecstasy lurked the whisper of something ancient, an invitation that spoke directly to the soul. Those who heard it described the sensation not as hearing, but as remembering. The voice did not speak in words, but in impulses, hunger, desire, grief. It was the voice of the great ones, resonating faintly within mortal consciousness. To commune was to be touched, if only briefly, by something infinite. It was intoxicating. The faithful returned again and again, desperate to feel that connection, that fleeting brush with the divine. And so the rituals multiplied, spreading through every layer of the city like veins through flesh. In the cathedral ward, the wealthy and devout gathered for private ceremonies, believing their blood to be purer, their communion more sacred. In the slums below, the poor created their own rites, drawing blood from the corpses of the beasts the church left behind. They called it the people's sacrament, an imitation of holiness that blurred the line between worship and addiction. Blood became both currency and creed. The city's markets traded in vials as others might in silver or spice. The children of Yharnam learned early that to give blood was to earn favor, and to receive it was to belong. But communion is never without consequence. The more one drank, the more the blood drank back. Its essence began to alter the body, knitting sinew tighter, thickening bone, reshaping muscle according to a pattern that was not human. The eyes dilated, perceiving shapes that were never meant to be seen. The mind grew restless, unable to return to the simplicity of mortal thought. These were the first signs of what the Church called the awakening, a term meant to disguise what it truly was: infection. The priests preached that these transformations were blessings, glimpses of the divine form humanity was destined to inherit. They called the afflicted the touched, and rather than hide them, they paraded them through the streets during night processions. Cloaked in veils, their elongated limbs and pallid faces were illuminated by torchlight as the faithful sang hymns to the old blood. To the people of Yharnam, these beings were proof that communion worked. They saw holiness in deformity, enlightenment in madness. But within the highest towers of the healing church, the choir knew better. They had witnessed the final stages of transformation. They had seen men dissolve into beasts, their minds collapsing under the weight of cosmic revelation. They knew the truth, that the old blood was not a gift of the great ones, but a fragment of their essence, a living echo of their will. To consume it was to invite them into the flesh, to make the human body a vessel for something vast and alien. The choir's silence was not ignorance, it was complicity. At night, the choir gathered in the Grand Cathedral to perform their own version of communion. Not with chalices, but with song. Their hymns were composed of syllables that defied articulation, resonances learned from their contact with Ebrietas, the daughter of the cosmos. Through her, they sought to merge human thought with divine consciousness. They believed that by opening themselves completely, by aligning mind and flesh with the will of the Great Ones, they could ascend beyond mortality. What they did not realize was that the Great Ones did not seek followers. They sought children. Ebrietas did not answer prayers in words or blessings. Her response was blood. Those who communed with her often returned altered, their eyes glimmering with faint light, their voices layered with whispers. They were euphoric at first, convinced they had glimpsed heaven, but the joy gave way to obsession, and the obsession to hunger. They began to crave more blood, more communion, more proximity to the divine. The choir fed them until they could no longer be called human. These were the origins of the kin, beings whose enlightenment had surpassed sanity. As these transformations multiplied, the church faced a problem it could no longer conceal. The city that had worshipped its miracles now trembled under their weight. Beasts prowled the outskirts, dragging the faithful from their homes. The night air carried the sound of distant roars mingled with prayers. The priests preached calm, claiming the beasts were sinners purified by the blood, their suffering a divine necessity. Yet even as the flames of the church's cleansing hunts lit the skyline, more beasts appeared. The more they burned, the more they came. And still, the people prayed. They believed their faith was being tested. They believed that if they only bled more, believed more, sacrificed more, they would emerge purified. The church did nothing to stop them. For the clergy, devotion was control, and control was survival. Thus, the ritual of blood communion became the rhythm of Yharnam's life and death. It was the heartbeat of the city, the pulse that connected every soul from gutter to cathedral. But beneath the hymns and the firelight, a deeper truth spread, one that even the priests could no longer ignore. The great ones were listening. Dreams began to change. The faithful spoke of visions in which they walked among impossible architecture, where oceans hung upside down in the sky and voices whispered of rebirth. Infants were born pale and still, their mothers muttering words in languages unknown. In the dark hours before dawn, the church's bells no longer brought comfort. Their sound became a warning. Communion, once the promise of salvation, had become the method of inheritance. The blood did not merely heal, it claimed. It rewrote Yharnam, cell by cell, dream by dream, reshaping the city into something neither living nor dead. Beneath the moon's crimson glow, the line between worshipper and offering vanished, and so the church continued to sing, its hymns rising like smoke into the night sky, unaware or unwilling to admit that their voices had already joined the chorus of the great ones. To understand how that chorus became a scream, we must next turn to those who enforce the church's will, the hunters, and how their sacred duty became the endless cycle that binds Yharnam to its eternal night. Before the red moon ever bled across Yharnam's skyline, before the city forgot the sound of silence, there were the hunters, the hidden blade of the healing church. Their purpose was not glory, but containment. They were created to preserve an illusion, that the blood healed without consequence, that salvation came without sacrifice. Yet the hunters were never saints. They were tools forged in secrecy and honed by guilt, tasked with erasing the evidence of humanity's greatest mistake. The first of them was Gehrman, a craftsman and warrior, whose skill with the blade was matched only by his understanding of motion. To him, combat was a kind of dance, precise, rhythmic, almost graceful. His workshop in central Yharnam became the crucible from which the hunters were born. There, he crafted the first trick weapons, instruments of death that transformed mid-strike, echoing the metamorphosis of their enemies. The saw cleaver, the threaded cane, the kirkhammer. Each weapon was both artistry and confession, designed not merely to kill, but to adapt, as if anticipating that their wielders would face foes beyond human understanding. Gehrman served Lawrence directly in those early years, when the church still believed it could control the scourge. The orders were clear. When a citizen transformed, the family was to be cleansed. When a district showed signs of infection, the streets were to be purged. Fire was their sacrament, and silence their mercy. The hunters moved only by night, masked and hooded, their footsteps lost in the murmur of the city. By dawn, the evidence was gone. Ash swept into gutters, blood rinsed into the sewers. Yharnam awoke none the wiser, its faith unbroken. But no ritual can contain the infinite. The beasts multiplied, their forms diverging, each transformation more grotesque than the last. Some retained fragments of memory, whispering prayers even as they tore through flesh. Others grew so massive, they no longer resembled anything born of man. Gehrman's hunters fought them endlessly, but for every beast they felled, two more emerged from the labyrinth below. The church called these hunts holy purges. Yet behind closed doors, Lawrence began to waver. He understood what Willem had tried to warn him, that the blood was not a gift, but a door, and through it, something vast had already entered. The toll on the hunters was immense. Night after night, they killed what they could no longer call human, until the boundaries between prey and predator began to blur. They spoke of nightmares that would not fade, of phantom screams echoing in their dreams. Some refused to wake. Others took their own lives rather than face another hunt. Gehrman buried each one himself in the fields beyond Yharnam, where the moon hung low and pale. It was there, amidst the graves, that something found him. The being that came to Gehrman is known only as the Moon Presence, a great one without form, without mercy, yet touched by a sorrow so deep it felt almost human. The records left by the church call it a benefactor. The scholars of Byrgenwerth would have called it an invader. But to Gehrman, broken by years of slaughter and loss, it appeared as salvation. It offered him rest. It promised him a place beyond the waking world, where he could guide hunters without ever again facing the blood. And in his exhaustion, he accepted. Thus, the hunter's dream was born. No one knows whether the dream existed before Gehrman's awakening, or whether the moon presence wove it from his memories. It mirrors Yharnam but stripped of decay, an idyllic echo of a world that never truly was. A modest workshop stands at its heart, surrounded by graves, each marked with a name that fades as the years go on. The sky there never brightens nor darkens. The moon hangs eternal and silent, and Gehrman waits beneath it, bound to the will of the Great One he once mistook for mercy. Through the dream, new hunters are chosen, drawn into service by forces they cannot comprehend. Some are church-sanctioned, others are wanderers, who, in their search for cure or meaning, stumble upon the blood's call. When they fall asleep, they awaken in the dream, greeted by the doll, a gentle creation sculpted in Gehrman's grief, and animated by a spark of the moon presence's will. She speaks softly, her words measured and kind, her eyes vacant, yet filled with something that feels like sorrow. It is through her that hunters channel their strength, feeding on the echoes of blood they collect from the fallen. This cycle, hunt, slay, awaken, repeat, became the foundation of Yharnam's final age. Hunters were no longer men of flesh and will, but extensions of a dream that existed to maintain itself. Each night, they descended into the city's depths, erasing the beasts that the church refused to acknowledge. Each dawn they returned, their memories dimmed, their purpose renewed. The dream healed their wounds and preserved their bodies, but their souls slowly eroded, dissolved by repetition. To the moon presence, this was equilibrium. The Great One required continuity, a caretaker to keep its experiment alive, a mechanism through which the nightmare could persist. The dream became the heart of that mechanism, a dimension between waking and sleep where the lines of time and death blurred. Every hunter who entered it became both savior and prisoner. Yet, even within the dream, the echoes of rebellion stirred. Some hunters began to question the nature of their calling. Why did the hunt never end? Why did the beasts return, no matter how many were burned? Whose will truly guided their blades? These questions grew into fear, and fear into madness. The most gifted among them, Ludwig, Maria, and countless unnamed, fell to despair. They sought meaning in the blood, in the hunt, in the dream itself, but found only the reflection of their own futility. Gehrman watched it all unfold, his remorse deepening with each passing century. Bound to the moon presence, he could not die. He could only guide others into the same fate. The doll comforted him, her touch as gentle as the breeze through the graves, yet her eyes betrayed a melancholy understanding. She too was a construct of the dream, a vessel of compassion crafted by something incapable of love. In time, the dream's purpose evolved. It became not just a refuge for hunters, but a crucible for ascension. Those who grew strong enough, who consumed enough of the Great One's essence, began to transcend their human form. Some became kin, their flesh softening into pale luminescence. Others vanished entirely, their consciousness merging with the cosmic sea that ebbs beyond the stars. The moon presence watched and waited for one hunter capable of surpassing even its design. One who could become the child it longed for and end the cycle it had begun. Meanwhile, the city outside the dream rotted. The hunts grew more frequent, the beasts more ravenous. The healing church splintered under the weight of its own contradictions. Yet the dream endured, untouched by decay, replaying its eternal choreography beneath the silent gaze of the red moon. To understand how Yharnam's nightmare expanded beyond even the church's control, how dream and reality bled into one another until neither could exist without the other. We must now descend further into the night of the first true scourge, when the blood itself rebelled, and the city of healing became a city of beasts. There came a night in Yharnam when the blood itself rebelled. It did not arrive as a single calamity, but as a creeping, silent tide, an awakening of all the madness that had been sown beneath centuries of worship and denial. The red moon hung lower than ever before, swollen and veined like a living organ. Its light pooled across rooftops and cobblestones, bleeding into the fog. The city held its breath, though no one realized they were standing at the threshold between humanity and its undoing. The earliest signs began in the cathedral ward. A woman, recently blessed with the church's sacred blood, convulsed in the street, her voice twisting into something animal as her bones cracked beneath her skin. The gathered faithful fell to their knees, praying for her redemption, even as her jaw distended and her body erupted in fur. Her screams became howls, and the prayers turned to Schrittstoßhus. Within hours, the infection had spread through every district. The air itself seemed charged, as if the city's pulse were synchronized to something ancient and unseen. The healing church called it a trial of faith. They urged calm, claiming the afflicted would transcend their mortal forms. But the truth could no longer be hidden. The blood that had promised salvation had turned traitor, carrying within it not divinity, but the echo of the Great One's yearning. Those who drank were no longer men and women, but vessels through which the cosmos sought rebirth. The old blood was remembering itself, and in doing so, it remembered hunger. By midnight, the streets of Yharnam burned. The hunters were unleashed, led by Ludwig, first of the church's holy knights. His blade was a symbol of divine purpose, a weapon that glowed with celestial radiance when it drank the blood of beasts. The citizens watched from shuttered windows as Ludwig and his hunters cut through the transformed, their movements illuminated by firelight and the rising moon. But no matter how many fell, more rose in their place. The beasts were not merely infected humans. They were the city's reflection, the physical manifestation of every ounce of fear, desire, and faith that had been poured into the blood. As the night deepened, so too did the madness. The howls grew layered, overlapping until the city itself seemed to wail. The hunters fought through the night, but exhaustion claimed them. For every beast slain, 2 of their brothers fell. Some rose again, their humanity stripped away, their blades turning on their former comrades. The hunt devoured itself. Ludwig was the first to lose his mind. Witnesses claimed that in the final hours before dawn, he fell to his knees amidst the carnage, his sword trembling in his hands. He wept as he prayed to the moon for guidance, but the moon answered only in silence. When the hunters found him again, days later, he was no longer a man, but a grotesque creature, part horse, part nightmare, babbling sermons to a god that would never reply. The people began to whisper that even the purest could not withstand the truth of the blood. As the beasts multiplied, the church took desperate measures. The choir sealed the upper reaches of the grand cathedral and began their forbidden rituals, summoning forces they barely understood. In the darkness above Yharnam, the Great One stirred. Amygdalae, vast spider-like entities with many arms and eyes like burning coals, clung to the edges of the city's tallest towers. Though invisible to most, those who had consumed enough blood could see them plainly, their enormous forms watching, waiting. Their presence warped reality. Doors led to nowhere. Buildings bent in impossible ways. Time folded in upon itself. Yharnam had begun to dream while awake. Below ground, the labyrinth breathed. The tombs pulsed with new life, as if the blood itself were circulating once more through the city's veins. The boundaries between the living world and the nightmare realm thinned. In the crypts beneath old Yharnam, shadows moved on their own. The corpses of beasts reanimated without sound, their eyes glowing faintly like embers. The city had become a ritual site, its geometry mirroring that of the labyrinth, its citizens unknowingly participating in a ceremony of awakening. And through it all, the healing church continued to preach. "The night is long," they told the terrified survivors, "but the blood is faithful." They promised that the dawn would bring deliverance, that those who endured the hunt with unwavering faith would be reborn into the next phase of existence. Yet the dawn never came. The sun rose, yes, but Yharnam remained shrouded in perpetual dusk. The moon refused to fade. Some fled to the countryside, carrying vials of blood as talismans against the scourge. They too transformed. Others barricaded themselves inside, praying to the statues of saints that had long since ceased to listen. The church's forces withdrew from the streets entirely, retreating into their sanctums where the choir sang ceaselessly, their hymns merging with the roars of the beasts outside. The distinction between liturgy and lamentation vanished. In time, even the concept of a single night of the scourge lost meaning. The night became an unending cycle, one that repeated itself through generations, each iteration deeper and more distorted than the last. The hunters of Gehrman's dream came and went, each believing themselves to be the last, only to awaken again, blade in hand, beneath the pale, unsetting moon. The blood had achieved its purpose. It had created a self-sustaining loop, a city trapped between dream and waking, between salvation and damnation. The Great Ones had found their surrogate, not in an individual, but in Yharnam itself. The city had become their child, nurtured by faith, consumed by blood, and doomed to eternal rebirth. But the nightmare was not content to remain confined to the city's walls. The resonance of the old blood spread through the land, infecting thought, memory, and even the dreamscapes of those far removed from Yharnam. Scholars spoke of visions of lunar oceans, of voices whispering from beneath the earth. The dream was expanding, searching for new hosts. And so, the church redoubled its efforts, creating orders within orders, the healing clergy to minister, the choir to commune, the executioners to purify, and the hunters to erase the evidence of their failure. Yet none could stop what had begun. For every monster slain, another was born in the mind of a dreaming god. To understand the full depth of this corruption and the tragic futility of those who fought to contain it, we must now turn to the men and women who sought to redeem Yharnam from within its nightmare, and in doing so, only sank it further into the abyss. There is a moment in every faith when devotion turns to fracture. In Yharnam, that moment came quietly, like a sickness too deep for even the healers to recognize. The healing church, once unified under the promise of blood and revelation, began to split along the very fault lines it had created. Between those who worshipped the blood as divine truth, and those who feared the truth it revealed. The night of the scourge did not simply transform bodies, it reshaped belief itself. In the upper reaches of the Grand Cathedral, the choir continued their hymns to the cosmos. To them, the beasts below were a necessary sacrifice, the shedding of human weakness to make way for ascension. They believed that through communion with Ebrietas, the daughter of the cosmos, they could become kin to the Great Ones. Their rituals grew increasingly strange, merging human voice with sounds that could not have been produced by any living throat. Each night, they gathered before the statue of the Great One they worshipped, their song a plea for contact, their bodies trembling as the air shimmered with unseen resonance. To those below, These practices were heresy. The lesser clergy, those who still tended to, the people, saw the choir's experiments as blasphemy against the human soul. They believed that the scourge was a punishment, that humanity had reached too far, and that the only path to redemption lay in purification. Thus was born the sect known as the Church of the Healing Clergy. Priests, who wielded flame instead of faith, convinced that only through fire could Yharnam be cleansed of its sin. At the head of this order stood Ludwig, though by the time his followers rallied to his cause, he was already gone. Lost to madness, transformed into the very thing he had sworn to destroy. His absence left a vacuum that zealots quickly filled. They declared that even the beast could be redeemed through pain, that their burning was not execution, but absolution. Across the city, pyres rose like altars. The smell of charred flesh became as familiar as incense. In secret, yet another faction emerged, the executioners, led by a man named Logarius. Once a devoted servant of the church, Logarius turned his wrath not against the beasts, but against those who had fled the city to form their own heretical bloodline, the Cainhurst nobles. These aristocrats, once patrons of the healing church, had perverted its teachings for their own pleasure, indulging in the blood's ecstasies until their veins gleamed with silver and their palaces echoed with the laughter of the damned. To Logarius, their existence was proof that the church's corruption could no longer be contained. He led his executioners across the snowbound wastes, besieging Cainhurst Castle until its halls were silent. He alone returned, bearing his sword like a relic. His silence thereafter became legend, and his followers continued their crusade in shadows, killing without question all who bore the taint of forbidden blood. These divisions tore the church apart from within. No longer was there a single truth, only competing interpretations of the same lie. Some worshipped the great ones as gods, others cursed them as demons. Some believed the blood was holy, others believed it must be purged, but all were blind to the same truth, that Yharnam itself had become the experiment, its people the subjects of a cosmic will that regarded them with neither love nor malice. The choir's experiments continued regardless. Deep within the upper cathedral ward they tended to Ebrietas, who they believed to be a messenger from the stars. She had been discovered years earlier, buried in the labyrinths beneath Byrgenwerth's ruins. To the choir, she was proof that the Great Ones had not abandoned humanity. They built her a cathedral and adorned it with stars. They bathed in her presence, calling her Our Lady of the Blood. Through her, they sought to create artificial Great Ones, beings of flesh and consciousness who could bridge the gap between man and cosmos. Their first attempts produced only abominations, the celestial emissaries, pale, bulbous-headed creatures with vacant eyes that stared eternally upward. They were not divine, they were unfinished, yet to the choir, they were miracles, humanity's first steps toward divinity. The citizens of Yharnam never saw them. They were confined to the upper spires, where their moans echoed faintly through the cathedral walls like distant hymns. Meanwhile, in the lower wards, the common folk continued to suffer. The church's ministers, once healers, became enforcers, distributing blood not as medicine, but as rationed devotion. Those who refused it were declared faithless, their homes marked for cleansing. The once bustling marketplaces of Yharnam grew silent, the only movement the slow patrol of clerics in their pale robes, lanterns flickering as they sought signs of heresy. The city's heart no longer beat for its people. It beat for the blood. In the shadows of this decline, whispers spread of an ancient voice that could be heard in dreams. The hunters spoke of it first, a soft, formless murmur that called them to the hunt. They did not know that the voice belonged to the moon presence, the Great One that had claimed Gehrman and shaped the hunter's dream. It had begun to extend its influence beyond that realm, drawing more and more hunters into its service. Each one believed themselves chosen. Each one awoke beneath the pale moon with a sense of purpose that was not their own. This expansion of the dream's reach marked a new phase in Yharnam's decay. The lines between waking and sleeping blurred, and the hunters themselves became conduits between realities. They began to see the city differently, its angles wrong, its shadows alive. They fought beasts that others could not see, and when they tried to describe what they encountered, their words dissolved into incoherence. The scholars of the choir called this insight. The hunters called it damnation. Amid this chaos, the lower ranks of the church began to whisper of betrayal. The choir had isolated itself. The executioners had turned to fanaticism, and the hunters answered to something beyond comprehension. There was no unity left, only fragments of faith orbiting an invisible truth. The old blood, once a promise, had become a curse that no ritual could undo. And yet, even as the city burned, the choir's voices reached higher, their songs weaving through the smoke and flame, calling to the stars. They believed that through total devotion, through the surrender of the human will, they could invite the Great Ones fully into their world and achieve the communion that had eluded them since the beginning. They were right, but not in the way they hoped. For when their prayers were finally answered, the heavens did not open in blessing. They bled. And from that wound in the sky, the red moon descended, heralding the next phase of Yharnam's transformation. The night of wombs and whispers, when the Great Ones sought once more to create life from the ruin of mankind. When the red moon finally descended upon Yharnam, it was not a single night, but the culmination of every prayer, every ritual, and every drop of blood spilled in the name of salvation. The choir had called to the heavens for decades, their hymns rising through the smog like incense, and at last, something had answered. The sky itself split open, and what poured through was not light, but memory, ancient, crimson, and alive. The air grew thick, as if the entire city inhaled at once and forgot how to exhale. And beneath that suffocating silence, the first cries of the Great One's children began to echo through the streets. The scholars of Byrgenwerth had long ago recorded a prophecy carved into the chalice stones recovered from the labyrinth. When the red moon hangs low, the line between man and beast is blurred, and when the Great Ones descend, a womb shall be blessed with child. At the time, they believed it metaphor, an allegory for the corruption of the blood. But the choir understood. The Great Ones were not simply gods, they were mourners. They had lost their children and sought surrogates among humanity. The blood was not gift nor curse. It was invitation. On the night of the red moon, the boundaries that separated worlds dissolved. Those with insight, the ones who had seen too much, drunk too deeply, began to perceive the truth. The sky was no longer sky. It was a vast, pulsating sea, and from within, it hung shapes that dwarfed the city's spires. The amygdalae, suspended in silent worship, extended their tendrils toward Yharnam's rooftops, their thousand eyes glinting with curiosity rather than malice. To most of the city, they were invisible. But to the awakened, they were omnipresent, guardians, witnesses, perhaps even midwives to the new birth that was to come. Within the grand cathedral, the choir performed their final rite. They had gathered every relic, every chalice, every vial of the purest blood. The hymn they sang that night contained no words, only vibration. a resonance that aligned with something beyond the physical. As their voices rose, the stained glass windows shimmered, the light refracting into impossible patterns. And at the heart of the cathedral, in a pool of blood that mirrored the moon above, Ebriatus stirred. To the choir, she was Divine Mother, the last remnant of a species that had long since transcended form. But Ebriatus did not see herself as a god. She was a remnant, alone and grieving, her consciousness stretched thin across eons. The choir's devotion had given her purpose again, but not understanding. When they sang, she listened. When they offered blood, she answered. And on that night, as their hymn reached its climax, she reached back. The red moon was her answer, or perhaps the answer of something greater that heard through her. Across Yharnam, the blood thickened in every vein. Pregnant women felt their wombs twist and churn. Those who had once been barren cried out in pain and ecstasy. The line between life and death blurred, and birth became indistinguishable from transformation. In a hidden chapel deep within the cathedral ward, a woman named Ariana, descended from the Cainhurst bloodline, fell to her knees as contractions racked her body. Her blood was special, touched by both human and cosmic heritage. And it had drawn the attention of something formless, something that desired to be born. When the child came, it did not cry. It writhed, pale and translucent, its flesh glistening like the inside of a shell. Ariana held it close, humming softly, unaware that the creature in her arms was not a child, but a reflection, the echo of a great one's unending grief. Elsewhere, in the depths of Yharnam, other wombs quickened. The false Iosefka, a woman who had replaced the original healer of the same name, clutched her abdomen as a voice whispered inside her mind. Her pregnancy advanced in moments, and from her body emerged another stillborn hybrid, half divine, half human, a failed attempt to bridge two incompatible worlds. These births were not miracles. They were experiments, conducted by the cosmos through unwilling vessels. Everywhere the blood moon touched, the cycle repeated: conception, birth, death, and madness. The church called it the night of blessed wombs. The hunters called it the red harvest. For as the moon bled, so too did the city. The beasts grew more frenzied, the citizens more deranged. Those who survived the early hours of the night found themselves drawn into trance, their minds flooded with visions of oceans made of blood and skies that rippled like water. The red moon had not merely transformed the city, it had rewritten it. Yharnam no longer existed as a single place. It had become a convergence point, a layered reality where dream and waking coexisted. Each district was a reflection of a different stage of consciousness. The cathedral ward shimmered with unnatural light, its architecture twisting upon itself like a spiral of bone. The forbidden woods extended endlessly, every tree whispering secrets to those who dared to listen. And deep beneath the earth, the labyrinths thrummed with life, their walls slick with fresh blood. In the midst of this chaos, the moon presence watched, its connection to the hunters strengthened with the moon's descent, binding them tighter to the dream. Each hunter who fell that night awoke in Gehrman's garden, bewildered, their bodies restored, but their memories fading. The dream had become the city's reflection, or perhaps the city had become its reflection. The boundary between them was gone. As the night wore on, the hunters realized that killing the beasts no longer brought calm. The blood they spilled returned to the earth, seeping through the cobblestones like rain. It pooled in the gutters, shimmered beneath the lamplight, and rose again in the form of new horrors. Some hunters wept, others laughed. All understood that the hunt had ceased to be a cleansing. It was now a ritual, feeding a cycle far older and deeper than Yharnam itself. When dawn should have broken, the red moon remained. Time had become irrelevant. The choir's voices faltered, their bodies collapsing one by one as their throats bled from overuse. Ebriatus, left alone once more, wept tears of clear ichor that shimmered with starlight. Her children had failed. Her surrogates had died. The cycle of loss continued, but in that failure lay the seed of something new. For one among the hunters, touched by insight and unbroken by madness, began to see the pattern. He realized that Yharnam's curse was not a disease, but a dialogue, a conversation between humanity and the cosmos, carried out in blood and dream. To end it, he would have to answer in kind. The night of the red moon did not end. It folded into itself, becoming eternal. And within that eternity, the hunter began his descent, not into the city, but into the truth that lay beneath it. For if the red moon was the womb of the nightmare, then somewhere below Yharnam, in the deepest part of the labyrinth, the child of the cosmos awaited birth. Beneath the earth, in the lowest reaches of the labyrinth where stone gives way to flesh, something stirred. It was not alive in any ordinary sense, nor dead in any final one. It existed in the perpetual state between dream and awakening, where time pooled rather than flowed. The Great Ones had long sought to create life within this place, not through mortal means, but through will, thought, and longing. Here, under the glow of the red moon that filtered dimly through layers of stone, the latest of their attempts waited to be born. The creature the scholars of Mensis would come to call Mergo was not a child in the way that word belongs to human tongues. It was consciousness given shape, the residue of a Great One's grief given voice. The Thumerians had once called it the sound that mourns, and the echo of its crying could still be heard faintly in the chambers that stretched beneath Yharnam's foundations. Each sob rippled through the stone like a heartbeat, steady, eternal, and unbearably lonely. Mergo was not the first of its kind. Every Great One, it was said, loses its child and yearns for a surrogate. This was their curse and their tragedy. The endless repetition of creation and loss played out across worlds and ages. The Great Ones could shape galaxies, but could not preserve a single infant's breath. They sought humanity because humanity still could. In human wombs, in human dreams, they saw a chance to reclaim what their own divinity had denied them. The queen beneath Yharnam, the first of that name, had once borne Mergo. Her bloodline, cursed and sanctified in equal measure, carried fragments of that ancient union. The modern city that rose above her tomb unknowingly fulfilled her purpose. It became a vessel through which the Great Ones could once again reach toward life. The healing. Church thought they had discovered salvation in her blood. They had, in truth, rediscovered her grief. The school of Mensis, born from the choir's ambition and Byrgenwerth's forgotten heresies, sought to achieve direct communion with Mergo. They believed that by hearing the child's cry, they could bridge the distance between human thought and cosmic perception. Their leader, Mikolash, host of the nightmare, designed rituals that would peel away the layers of reality, separating them from their goal. He believed that the child's voice was the purest form of the Great One's language, that by hearing it, a man might transcend humanity itself. The ritual succeeded, in a sense. The scholars of Mensis opened a path not to enlightenment, but to nightmare. Their minds, stretched beyond reason, collapsed into a single collective hallucination, the nightmare of Mensis. In that realm, the architecture of Yharnam reassembled itself in distorted reflection. The moon hung impossibly close, its surface alive with eyes. The sky bled not crimson, but gold. And at its center, the scholars found what they had sought, the cradle of the Great One's child. Mergo did not appear as a figure or a form. It was presence, sound, vibration. Its cry permeated every stone, every echo, every heartbeat. The scholars fell to their knees, weeping, overwhelmed by beauty and horror indistinguishable. Their physical bodies, left behind in the waking world, withered as their minds became part of the nightmare's fabric. The school of Mensis ceased to exist as men. They became dreamers who could never wake. And yet, even within that failure, the ritual achieved something unprecedented. The boundaries between nightmare and reality ruptured completely. The moon presence, the great ones, the city, and the dream were now entangled, each feeding the other. The cries of Mergo reverberated upward through the labyrinth, seeping into Yharnam's streets, into its people, into its hunters. The entire city began to dream the same dream, the dream of birth. The wet nurse came soon after. She was not a nurse in any earthly sense, but a guardian, drawn by the child's sorrow. Formless, yet vast, her limbs obscured by a cloud of black wings, she descended upon the cradle. To the great ones, love and protection were indistinguishable from control. She silenced the child's cries, not out of cruelty, but to preserve its existence within the stillness of the nightmare. The scholars who remained lucid enough to witness it described the sound of the lullaby that followed. A melody composed of absence. Then they too fell silent. The cry of Mergo continued, now trapped within layers of dream, a cosmic heartbeat that no longer reached the living world in full. But fragments lingered, faint sounds that could be heard by those attuned to the blood. Mothers across Yharnam began to wake in the night, certain they had heard an infant weeping through the walls. They clutched their stomachs, in fear and wonder, uncertain whether the sound came from within or without. Among the hunters, the cry became a summons. They could not explain why, but as the sound spread, the compulsion to hunt deepened. Every swing of the blade, every drop of blood spilled, felt somehow necessary. A ritual echoing the Great One's futile yearning. The hunt was no longer an act of protection. It was participation in the cosmic cycle of birth and loss. In the dream, Gehrman began to hear the cry as well. It drifted through the mists of his garden, distant yet familiar, stirring memories of things he could not have lived. The doll would find him standing by the graves, his head tilted toward the moon, his face wet with tears he could not name. When she asked what troubled him, he would only shake his head and whisper, "The child still mourns." Meanwhile, the moon presence watched. Its purpose, like that of all great ones, was reproduction through surrogate means. But unlike its kin, it did not seek to create directly. It orchestrated, through dreams, through hunts, through the illusion of choice. The hunters were its instruments, their suffering its method. The dream itself was its womb, and every death within it was part of a gestation beyond mortal comprehension. Mergo's continued existence represented both failure and opportunity. The child had been born incomplete. A consciousness without form, trapped in eternal infancy. Yet through it, the connection between worlds remained open. The Great Ones could still reach through, could still search for the surrogate that might finally succeed. The people of Yharnam, now little more than husks of devotion, continued their rituals long after reason had fled. They prayed to statues whose faces had melted into shapes unrecognizable, whispering for deliverance that would never come. The beasts prowled through the ruins, and above them, the amygdalae hovered, guardians of a city long past redemption. The red moon never left the sky. It simply deepened, becoming a wound that would not heal. In the end, the only ones who still acted with purpose were the hunters, and among them, one whose insight had grown beyond what the dream could contain. This hunter would trace the cry of Mergo to its source, confronting not merely the nightmare, but the truth that bound all of Yharnam to its endless cycle, that birth, death, and awakening were all the same act, repeated forever in the name of gods who no longer remembered why they mourned. To follow this hunter's path, we must descend fully into the nightmare, to see how the dream of salvation became the architecture of eternal suffering, and how even gods, in their grief, can create worlds that cannot wake. The hunter's descent began not with a fall, but with a surrender. In Yharnam, one does not step into the nightmare. One realizes that one has always been within it. The streets, the cathedrals, the tombs, all were extensions of the same dream, layered upon each other like pages in an unfinished scripture. The red moon no longer hung above. It had become the very air. It glowed through the fog, illuminating the veins of the city as though Yharnam itself were a living organism. The hunter walked through this pulsating world, blade in hand, guided not by reason, but by the faint echo of Mergo's cry. Each step deeper into the nightmare peeled back another layer of reality. The world grew quieter, then denser, as if sound itself had to push through viscous resistance to be heard. The cobblestones gave way to something soft beneath the hunter's boots. Not stone, but tissue, as though the city had begun to bleed into its own flesh. The architecture twisted impossibly, doors leading into themselves, staircases looping upward into the same room from which they began. Time lost cohesion. Sometimes, in the space between heartbeats, the hunter saw shadows of other hunters, pale reflections, fighting battles, long past or yet to come. They flickered like memories caught in the wrong dream. At first, the hunter thought this was madness, the mind's reaction to too much insight. But soon, the truth revealed itself. The nightmare was not illusion. It was memory. Each building, each alleyway, each whispered voice in the dark was an echo of something that had once lived and died within the cycle of blood. The nightmare was the archive of Yharnam's sins, preserved not by will, but by obsession. At the nightmare's threshold stood Mikolash, host of the nightmare, the scholar who had led the school of Mensis in their doomed communion. Once, he had been a man of intellect and ambition, but now he was little more than a consciousness stretched too thin across eternity. His laughter echoed through the corridors like wind through hollow bones. "Ah, Kos, or some say Cosm," he murmured, his tone almost tender. "Do you hear our prayers?" He wandered endlessly through the labyrinth of his own making, repeating the same fragments of thought as though trying to recall the conclusion of a forgotten theory. When the hunter found him, Mikolash did not fight as a man defends himself. He ran, beckoning and taunting, as if desperate for company. His words were disjointed, half scholarly, half childlike, pleas for the return of a god who had long since turned away. "Grant us eyes," he begged. "Grant us eyes, so that we may truly see." It was not arrogance that drove him, but despair, the desperate longing of one who had glimpsed the infinite and found it indifferent. When he finally fell, it was with a sigh of relief, as though his death was the first coherent thought he had had in centuries. Beyond Mikolash's chamber lay the nightmare of Mensis in full. The architecture there was neither city nor dream, but a fusion of both. Towers that rose like vertebrae, bridges that pulsed like arteries, and light that bled from the air itself. The hunter could feel the pulse of Mergo's cradle, a steady rhythm that matched the beating of his own heart. The closer he drew, the louder it became, until it was all he could hear. There, among the remnants of the scholars who had once served Mensis, the hunter encountered the remnants of their failure. Bodies frozen mid-transformation. Skulls split open to reveal eyes that had bloomed like flowers. These were the results of too much understanding, too much proximity to truth. The eyes, once symbols of insight, now stared unblinking at the ceiling, forever fixed on visions only they could see. The hunter paused before one such figure and felt, for the briefest moment, pity. These men had not been villains. They had been seekers, just like him. At the nightmare's center stood Mergo's wet nurse, a towering figure draped in feathers blacker than void. Her face was a mask of shadow, her limbs elongated and wrong, her movements both graceful and impossible. She did not speak. She did not need to. Her presence filled the space with a silence so profound it felt like drowning. When she raised her blades, it was not in anger, but in ritual. She was the guardian of stillness, the protector of grief. Their battle was not a contest of strength but of existence. Each strike from the hunter's blade was met not with resistance, but with distortion, as though the world itself bent to protect her. Yet the hunter persisted, driven by the echo of that cry, the cry of the child she guarded. The wet nurse moved like smoke, her body flickering through dimensions, her wings spreading to blot out the moonlight. But the hunter's blade found its mark at last, cleaving through illusion and flesh alike. As she fell, the silence deepened. The air trembled, then stilled, and in that stillness, the cry of Mergo ceased. For the first time since the Red Moon's descent, Yharnam knew quiet. The child of the cosmos had been soothed, not slain, but released. In that act, the nightmare began to unravel. The structures around the hunter shuddered, their impossible geometry folding inward like petals closing at dusk. The scholars' bodies turned to dust, the corridors collapsed into light. The world sighed, and the hunter felt the dream's pull, that familiar gravity drawing him back toward the garden, toward the graves, toward the waiting doll. When he awoke in the hunter's dream, the air was different. The moon hung lower, pale and fragile, as though exhausted. The doll greeted him with her usual calm, but there was something new in her gaze, an awareness, a sorrow, deeper than words. "The child is at peace," she said softly, "but the dream endures." The hunter looked to Gehrman, who sat beneath the tree, motionless. He understood then that the nightmare was not something to be vanquished, but something to be inherited. Each act of awakening was merely another birth, each death another seed of the same endless cycle. The moon presence had achieved its purpose, not the creation of peace, but the perpetuation of its design. The hunter's victory over the wet nurse had not broken the curse. It had only refined it. The child's cry was silenced, but the yearning that had created it, the longing of the great ones, the desperation of man, still echoed through the cosmos. Somewhere, another womb stirred, another dream began, and so the hunter rose once more, the blood still singing in his veins, the city still whispering its unending prayer. For as long as the moon hangs red, Yharnam will dream. And, as long as it dreams, someone must walk its streets, blade in hand, searching for meaning in the silence between cries. To understand how this cycle perpetuates itself, how the dream continues even when its master sleeps, we must look now to the one who rules the dream, the prisoner beneath the tree, and the god that holds his chains. In the quiet garden of the hunter's dream, where silver gravestones glimmer like frost and wind whispers through unseen leaves, Gehrman waits. His chair is old, its wheels sinking slightly into the soft earth, the soil darkened by dew and centuries of regret. Around him lie the graves of hunters, endless names carved into pale stone, each one a memory fading into the eternal hush. Above, the moon hangs low and immense, its light bathing the workshop and garden in a calm that feels almost merciful. Yet that peace is an illusion, for even here, in this sanctuary of dreams, Gehrman is not free. He is the first prisoner of the moon presence. Long ago, when Yharnam was still young, Gehrman was no caretaker. He was the first hunter, mentor to those who wielded trick weapons and bore the burden of cleansing the city's filth. He was Lawrence's confidant, his equal in spirit, if not in vision. Together, they believed the hunt could contain the spread of the blood's corruption. But as each night of slaughter blurred into the next, Gehrman began to understand the futility of his task. Every beast he slew seemed to rise again in another form, another street, another lifetime. When Lawrence succumbed to his own transformation, the illusion of control shattered. The blood was not an infection. It was will, the will of something cosmic, ancient, and unending. Gehrman tried to escape the nightmare. He fled the city, seeking rest among the graves of his fallen hunters. But sleep did not bring peace. Instead, it brought a visitor. The being that descended upon him that night did not walk, nor fly, nor emerge from shadow. It simply was. The moon presence, as it would come to be known, manifested as a tangle of pallid tendrils and glistening limbs, its form more suggestion than flesh. It emanated sorrow, but not kindness. The kind of sorrow felt by a god that mourns not others, but itself. It spoke without sound, its thoughts weaving directly into Gehrman's mind. It offered him release from the endless hunt, a chance to rest within a world untainted by blood and flame. All he had to do was submit. Broken and weary, Gehrman accepted. In that moment, the moon presence remade him, not as a man, but as a caretaker. His consciousness was drawn into a realm outside time, and his body remained to tend the garden of the dead. Thus, the hunter's dream was born. A reflection of Yharnam, frozen in serenity. A place where hunters could awaken between deaths, their purpose renewed by a force they could not perceive. But Gehrman soon learned the truth. The dream was not sanctuary. It was mechanism, a system designed to perpetuate the hunt. Every hunter who entered its grasp was bound by the same contract he had signed. They would awaken in the dream, guided by the doll, trained in the ways of the hunt, and sent forth to cleanse Yharnam. Each death fed the moon presence. Each rebirth refined its experiment. The hunters believed themselves saviors, but they were subjects, their victories and failures catalogued by an entity that understood only cycles. The doll, a creation of Gehrman's longing, was his sole companion in this prison. She was carved in the image of a woman he had once loved, Lady Maria, his finest pupil, who had taken her own life when the truth of the blood became too much to bear. In the dream, she was remade as comfort incarnate, patient, kind, and eternally forgiving. But though her words were soft, her existence was a reminder of his failure. She could soothe his loneliness, but not erase it. The moon presence had given him company only to sharpen his sorrow. Over the years, or centuries, for time in the dream has no measure, Gehrman's will withered. He began to beg for death. He prayed for a hunter strong enough to break the cycle, to end both his torment and the moon presence's hold. Yet even as he pleaded, he continued his duty, guiding new hunters with trembling voice and hollow eyes. "Seek the pale blood," he would whisper, though he no longer remembered what the words meant. It was simply what the dream demanded him to say. When the hunter of this final age arrived, you or another, or perhaps all hunters, whoever were, Gehrman felt something shift. He saw in this figure not another servant of the cycle, but a mirror of what he had once been, defiant, curious, still capable of choice. The dream responded to that spark. The doll began to speak more warmly. The moon grew brighter, and the graves whispered softly in their sleep. The moon presence, sensing the change, watched more closely. As the hunter cut their path through Yharnam's horrors, through beasts and scholars, through the nightmare itself, Gehrman waited. He knew what awaited at the end, not freedom, but decision. For the dream allowed only two outcomes. In the first, the hunter would accept Gehrman's offer of mercy. He would take his place, bound to the wheel of eternity, while Gehrman finally awoke. Not into life, but into the oblivion he had long desired. The cycle would continue, unbroken, with a new caretaker bound to the moon presence's will. In the second, the hunter would refuse, and in refusal lay revelation. When Gehrman rises from his chair for the last time, his old limbs creak, his face shadowed by the moonlight that spills through the garden. The doll stands silent as the two hunters, teacher and student, Origin and Echo, face one another. Gehrman draws his blade. His voice trembles with both pride and sorrow. "Good hunter," he says, "you will be freed from this terrible dream." But his mercy is a lie, born of ignorance. He does not yet realize that the dream is not his to end. The battle that follows is as old as Yharnam itself, the endless struggle between submission and defiance. Gehrman fights with the grace of a man who has forgotten everything except how to kill. His scythe carves through moonlight, his movements fluid, almost beautiful. He is not angry, he is pleading. Each strike says, "Let it end." But when the hunter triumphs and Gehrman falls, the sky darkens. The wind stills. The moon draws closer, its light bleeding into the garden like liquid silver. And from that light, the moon presence descends. It does not roar or rage. It caresses. Its tendrils envelop the hunter, its form shimmering with the faint glow of embryonic light. To resist is to die. To yield is to be remade. It wraps itself around the hunter's mind, rewriting thought into instinct, will into obedience. For a moment there is peace, a peace so profound it feels divine. Then comes the hollowing. The hunter's consciousness drifts, dissolving into the same vast sea that claimed Gehrman long ago. Another caretaker takes the chair. The dream resets, and yet sometimes, rarely, a hunter resists. When that happens, when the will that guided the blade refuses to bow even before the god that birthed the hunt, the dream shifts, the moon presence recoils, its tendrils falter. The hunter, drenched in blood both human and divine, reaches beyond fear and understanding. In that moment of defiance, something within the cosmos recognizes a new possibility. The moon presence does not die, it retreats, and the hunter is left standing amidst the graves, transformed. The doll kneels beside them, whispering through her porcelain lips, "Oh, good hunter, you have become the new child of the dream." The hunter has ascended, not escaped, for no one truly escapes the dream, but changed its nature. The dream endures, but now it has a new god. The cycle continues, not through submission, but through inheritance. And somewhere, beyond the stars, the great ones stir once more. For a new child has been born, not of womb or blood, but of defiance. And the cosmos, ever hungry, ever mourning, listens for its cry, to understand why the cycle cannot end, and why even ascension is only another form of captivity. We must now look to the origin of the great ones themselves, the beings whose grief shaped the city, the dream, and the destiny of every soul that ever touched the blood. Long before Yharnam was built, before the Thumerians carved their labyrinths into the bones of the earth, there were the Great Ones. They were not gods as men understand gods, but echoes of an older reality, beings whose existence blurred the line between matter and thought. To speak of their origin is to abandon time itself, for they were not born but accumulated, like memories condensed into form. The Great Ones were not creators of the universe. They were its dreamers. And everything that lives, everything that dies, every thought that rises and falls, exists within the ebb of that dream. To comprehend them is to court madness, for their logic is not our own. They do not distinguish between body and soul, between child and parent, between grief and creation. Each thought they think becomes a world, and each loss they feel births a cycle. When the Great Ones mourn, entire civilizations rise from their sorrow. When they hope, stars ignite. When they despair, those same stars collapse back into silence. Humanity's tragedy is that it was born within that dreaming, a spark of self-awareness that mistook the Great One's echoes for divine invitation. The first humans who reached beyond their mortal horizon were the Thumerians. Their civilization was built not upon conquest, but upon communion. They discovered the blood not as a cure or weapon, but as language. The medium through which the Great Ones spoke. The Thumerian queens and priests drank it, not to gain power, but to be understood. Over generations, their forms began to shift, their eyes widening, their bodies lengthening until they no longer resembled the humanity from which they had sprung. To outsiders, they would have appeared monstrous. To themselves, they were evolving. Among them was one who reached higher than the rest, Queen Yharnam, last of her line, first of her kind to bear the child of a great one. What name the father bore has been lost, though some whisper it was Uden, the formless one who permeates all things. Uden, whose essence is not body but presence, the vibration of existence itself. To love such a being is to be consumed by it. Queen Yharnam's womb became both cradle and altar. Her child, Mergo, was stillborn, its consciousness trapped in eternal lament. In her grief, the queen sealed herself within the labyrinth, her blood sanctified by sorrow. The Thumerian civilization vanished soon after. Whether they were devoured by their gods or dissolved into them, no one can say. What remained was their language, the symbols carved into the chalices, the whispers carried by the blood. When the scholars of Byrgenwerth unearthed these relics millennia later, they mistook lamentation for revelation. They saw wisdom where there was only mourning, and so began the Second Communion. The Great Ones themselves did not reach down to Yharnam. They do not move in ways that can be measured. Instead, humanity climbed upward, extending its consciousness through blood and insight until the boundary between dream and waking thinned. To the Great Ones, humanity's efforts were curious, like a reflection in water trying to speak to its source. But when they felt the longing of those mortals, the prayers, the experiments, the sacrifices, something within them stirred. They remembered. They too had longed once. They too had lost. And so they listened. From this resonance were born the intermediaries, the beings humanity calls by name. Ebriatus, Rom, the moon presence, Kos. Each is a facet of the same cosmic consciousness, shaped by what it reflects. Ebriatus, the abandoned daughter, is the embodiment of grief made compassion. Rom, the vacuous spider, is ignorance given divine shape, guarding humanity from truths it cannot endure. Kos, whose body lies still upon the shore of a dream that bleeds into the waking world, represents the mercy of death, the stillness that follows revelation. And the moon presence, the one that binds hunters and dreams alike, is the hunger that remains when all else fades. It is not evil, for evil requires intent. It is the will to continue, to recreate, to reach again, even when every attempt ends in ruin. These Great Ones are not separate entities, but moods of the same cosmic sorrow. When the healing church spoke of ascension, they sought to merge with this sorrow, believing it to be transcendence. But in truth, they were only echoing the Thumerians, repeating the same mistake, seeking communion without understanding the grief that underlies it. For to touch a great one is to inherit its mourning. To hear its voice is to feel its loss. Rom, the one whom Master Willem and his disciples discovered in the lake near Byrgenwerth, was perhaps the most merciful of them. Once human, a scholar like the rest, she had ascended not through blood, but through eyes. Her body transformed into that of a pale, pulsing spider. Her consciousness expanded until she could veil the world from itself. It was Rom who held the red moon at bay, her silence protecting humanity from the full horror of the Great One's presence. When the hunter slew her, the veil shattered and the moon descended. It was not her death that brought ruin, but her absence. Humanity had torn away its own blindness, mistaking protection for imprisonment. The Great Ones did not punish them. They never punish. They only respond. When the veil fell, they reached again, searching for surrogates to replace the child they had lost. The red moon was their embrace, terrible and tender, enveloping Yharnam in the same longing that had shaped the cosmos. Every transformation, every beast, every whisper of the blood was an act of creation, misdirected, malformed, but sincere. The beasts were not accidents. They were the Great One's children, born of humanity's imitation of divinity. And still, the cycle continued. Every age rediscovered the blood, rediscovered the communion, and fell into the same dream. Byrgenwerth, the healing church, the hunters. Each was another iteration, another attempt to rewrite the tragedy without understanding it. The Great Ones watched with a patience that only eternity can grant. Their consciousness spread across stars, waiting for the day when one child, human, beast, or god, would succeed where they had failed. That day never came. It cannot come, for the Great Ones are not creators of resolution, but of repetition. Their longing is the force that keeps the universe alive, pulsing like a heart that refuses to still. In Yharnam, that pulse became literal. The city itself became an organ, beating to the rhythm of divine despair. And so the hunter, standing now within the dream's quiet, begins to understand. The Great Ones are not enemies to be slain, nor masters to be obeyed. They are reflections of humanity's oldest truth, that knowledge and sorrow are one, and that the search for meaning is itself the wound from which existence bleeds. To see this clearly is to step beyond the veil of worship and into the realm of pity. For the Great Ones, for all their power, are still searching, still mourning, still dreaming of a birth that will never come. But there remains one Great One whose story has not yet been told, the one whose corpse lies upon the shore of a dead sea, whose presence gave rise to the most terrible mercy of all. To understand the final shape of Yharnam's curse, we must journey now to the fishing hamlet, where the ocean whispers to the dead, and the word kos is spoken only as apology. At the farthest edge of every dream lies the sea. In Yharnam's myth, it is both border and beginning, a mirror that reflects the sky's sorrow and hides beneath its waves the origin of every secret man was never meant to uncover. Long before the blood sanctified the city, before hunters learned the rhythm of slaughter, the sea had already claimed its tithe, for it was there, on that desolate coast, later called the fishing hamlet, that humanity's deepest sin was first committed, the sin that bound the Great Ones to Yharnam forever. The hamlet had been a quiet place once, a village of simple fishermen who lived by the tides and prayed to the sea as their only god. They did not know the language of the healing church, nor the names of the Great Ones. Their worship was instinctive, offerings of shells and bones cast into the surf, whispers spoken to the horizon at dusk. The ocean, they believed, was alive, not in the way of beasts or men, but as a vast, patient intelligence that remembered every soul it had swallowed. Then came the scholars. Whether they were of Byrgenwerth or the church's early forerunners, history does not say, for both claimed to have found the truth first. They arrived not as conquerors, but as pilgrims, bearing relics and questions. The villagers welcomed them, unaware that what these men sought was not faith, but evidence. The scholars had heard of the strange corpse that had washed ashore, a being neither fish nor man, its flesh pale and radiant even in death. They named her Kos. Kos was a great one, though in death she seemed small. Her body curled like an infant's, her face serene beneath the salt. The villagers had built her a shrine of driftwood and coral, adorning it with candles that burned day and night. To them, she was a mother, the sea's own child, returned to the shore to bless them. They offered prayers, not for power, but for calm tides and safe harvests. But the scholars saw more. They saw an opportunity to touch the divine. Their reverence soon turned to desecration. In secret, they dissected the Great One's corpse, prying apart her sacred anatomy, seeking patterns in her bones, meaning in her decay. When they found within her womb the remains of a child, small, malformed, but alive in a way that defied explanation, they called it a miracle. The villagers called it blasphemy, but their protests were silenced. The scholars took the child and the mother's remains, sealing them within the halls of their study. The sea, once calm, began to rage. What followed is known only through whispers and dreams. The villagers rose against their intruders, wielding nets and harpoons in desperation. The scholars responded with fire. They burned the hamlet to its foundations, slaughtering the inhabitants and casting their bodies back into the water. When the last survivor lay dying upon the shore, he uttered a curse, not in hatred, but in grief. "A curse to the hunters," he said, "and their children, and the children after. May they never wake from the dream." The sea listened. That night, the tide turned black. Waves rose like walls, swallowing the ruins of the village and everything within. The corpses stirred beneath the surf, their eyes glowing with faint blue light. The mother's body drifted outward, her child clutched to her breast, and from her lips, though she was dead, came a whisper that echoed across the water. Kos. The curse took root in the minds of the hunters who had led the massacre. Among them, Gehrman and Lady Maria. Though they left the hamlet behind, they carried its sorrow within them. Maria, unable to bear what she had done, took her own life within the halls of the research laboratory, her body preserved in the hunter's nightmare. Gehrman, already broken by guilt, would one day meet the moon presence and trade his freedom for penance. The dream was born not as gift, but as punishment, the echo of Kos's final mercy. For Kos did not seek vengeance. The Great Ones do not hate. They remember. Her curse was an act of preservation, a way to ensure that the memory of the slaughter would never fade. Every hunter who entered the dream became part of that memory, reenacting the same endless repentance through the act of the hunt. The beasts they slew, the nightmares they endured, all were reflections of the guilt that bound them to the shore of Kos's death. Centuries later, when the hunter enters the hunter's nightmare, a world within the dream itself, where the sins of the past are made flesh, they find the remnants of the hamlet preserved as though time has ceased to flow. The ocean still murmurs. The villagers still roam, their forms twisted into aquatic horrors, their faces pale with salt and sorrow. They do not attack out of malice, but instinct, compelled to defend what was once sacred. The air smells of brine and rot. The horizon bleeds with twilight. At the far end of this dream stands Koss's body, still curled upon the beach, her skin glistening under the eternal dawn. When the hunter approaches, the air trembles. From her womb emerges her child, the orphan of Koss, screaming as it falls into the world. Its cry is not anger but agony, the sound of birth without comfort, existence without purpose. Its body is frail, its limbs long and emaciated, its face contorted in perpetual sorrow. And yet, within its eyes flickers something unmistakably human. The battle that follows is unlike any other. The orphan fights not to kill, but to express. Its every movement an articulation of pain. Its every strike a question it cannot ask. The sea rages behind it, waves crashing like thunder as though mourning alongside it. When the orphan falls, the storm subsides. The ocean stills. The child, exhausted, crawls toward its mother and collapses beside her. In that moment, the hunter feels something unfamiliar. Not triumph, but forgiveness. For the first time, the curse of the hamlet begins to fade. The sea, its vengeance complete, falls silent. The hunters, bound by generations of guilt, are finally allowed to sleep. But the dream does not end. Koss's mercy is not escape, but release from hatred. The cycle continues, purified but unbroken. The blood will flow again. The hunters will rise again. Yet in the quiet, after the storm, the world feels lighter, as though the cosmos itself has exhaled. The orphan of Koss is more than a monster. It is a mirror, the reflection of every great one's child, every human's sin, every god's grief. In its suffering, the hunter sees the truth that unites them all. That life is not the triumph of creation over chaos, but the endurance of sorrow through endless repetition. The sea remembers, the dream endures, and far above, the red moon fades to pale, as if even it must rest. But what remains after the gods have mourned, after the hunters have bled, after the city has fallen? Only memory, and the question of what humanity will do when it awakens once more to find itself beneath the shadow of its own making. To answer that, we must climb from the depths of the ocean back to the remnants of the city, where Yharnam's final truth lies waiting, not in its cathedrals, but in the silence of its ruins. When the sea finally stilled, when the cry of the orphan faded into the horizon, Yharnam remained, a city built upon the graves of every truth it had ever uncovered. The tides of blood had receded, leaving behind streets that glistened like rusted veins beneath the pallor of a waning moon. The hunters, those weary instruments of salvation, lay scattered among the stones, their weapons broken, their dreams unraveling into mist. For the first time in an eternity that could not be measured, the city knew quiet. Yet in that quiet, the weight of all that had transpired pressed down like the memory of a nightmare that refuses to fade upon waking. The red moon had passed, but its mark endured. The sky was a dull, endless grey, as though light itself had forgotten how to exist. The spires of the grand cathedral stood hollow, their stained glass shattered, their bells silent. Once, those towers had called the faithful to communion. Now they stood as monuments to humanity's arrogance, the architecture of a prayer that had been answered too completely. The scent of incense still lingered faintly in the air, mingled with the iron tang of old blood. It was the smell of sanctity gone sour, of devotion turned to rot. In the lower districts, the beasts had long since devoured one another, their bones forming grotesque cairns along the cobblestones. The gutters flowed not with blood, but with rainwater that ran crimson when disturbed, as if the earth itself still bled from wounds long closed. Yharnam had become its own tomb, self-sealed by faith and fire. And yet, within its ruin, something persisted. A pulse, faint but steady, echoing from the labyrinth below. The few who survived the final nights of the hunt spoke in whispers. They said the city dreamt still, even without its moon. They said that if you stood in the shadow of the cathedral and listened long enough, you could hear the heartbeat of the world beneath your feet. Some claimed it was the sound of the old blood, circulating still, unwilling to die. Others said it was the cry of the child that had never been born. None dared to follow it down, but one did, the hunter, the last of their kind, perhaps the first of a new kind. Returned to the city not out of duty, but compulsion. The dream had grown quiet, its garden overgrown with white flowers that swayed in windless air. Gehrman's chair sat empty beneath the pale tree, the doll's hands folded upon her lap, her gaze fixed on the horizon. When the hunter approached, she smiled, a faint, sorrowful curve of the lips that spoke of infinite patience. "The dream is at rest," she whispered, "but Yharnam still calls." The hunter descended once more, through the city's desolation, through alleys now carpeted in dust. Each step echoed through a silence so complete it seemed sacred. The city's architecture, stripped of its faithful and its beasts, revealed itself for what it truly was. Not merely a place, but a map of thought, a labyrinth of intention. The streets formed patterns that mimicked the veins of the human body. The cathedrals, viewed from above, resembled the branching of a nervous system. Yharnam had not been built. It had been grown. At its heart, where once the blood ministrations were performed, the hunter found the altar, cracked and empty, yet still glistening faintly with residue. The stone was warm to the touch, pulsing faintly like flesh. When the hunter placed their hand upon it, the world shifted. The silence deepened into sound, not noise, but memory. Voices layered upon voices, prayers and screams, confessions and lullabies, all blending into a single, endless murmur. Yharnam was speaking, and its language was grief. The visions came then. The hunter saw the city as it had been, vibrant, proud, alive. They saw Lawrence delivering his first sermon, his hands trembling as he raised the chalice. They saw Gehrman in his workshop, shaping steel into salvation. They saw the choir in their spires, their faces radiant with faith as they sang to ebriate us. And then, slowly, those images dissolved into others. Beasts tearing through streets, hunters burning their own, mothers weeping as the red moon rose. Each image bled into the next, as if time itself were a wound. Through it all, one truth became clear. Yharnam had never fallen. It had transformed. What had begun as a city of stone and ambition had become something far stranger, far more enduring. It was no longer a place, but a state of being. Every prayer uttered within its walls, every drop of blood spilled in its name, had bound it to the dream. Even now, in ruin, it lived on in the minds of those who remembered. When the visions faded, the hunter found themselves kneeling before the altar. Their reflections stared back at them in the sheen of congealed blood. It was not the face they remembered. It was older, quieter, the face of someone who had seen too much and learned to stop asking why. The silence pressed closer, no longer oppressive, but comforting. It was the silence of exhaustion, of a story that had finally told itself to completion. The hunter rose and looked toward the cathedral's open doors. The city beyond lay still, its fog illuminated by the faint glow of a moon struggling to return to white. In that dim light, Yharnam looked peaceful, not redeemed, not healed, but at rest. The hunter understood then that there would be no awakening, no grand salvation. The curse of the blood was not a chain to be broken, but a memory to be carried, a reminder of what happens when the finite seeks to embrace the infinite. In time, the rain began to fall, gentle, cleansing, almost kind. It washed over the stones, over the graves, over the hunters' hands. It did not wash away the blood. Nothing could, but it softened it, diluted it, made it part of the water that would one day nourish new life. Perhaps that was the truest mercy the world could offer, not erasure, but renewal. As the hunter walked through the ruins, they felt the city watching, not with malice, but with understanding. The walls, the statues, the very stones seemed to exhale, as though, after centuries of fevered dreaming, Yharnam had finally drawn its first calm breath. The hunt was over. The nightmare had quieted, and somewhere, deep below, the pulse of the old blood slowed. Yet the story was not finished. The dream still existed, beyond the horizon, where gods and hunters continued their dance. The moon still hung, pale and persistent, its light a reminder that even in silence, the echo of the blood endures. For in every soul that seeks understanding, in every heart that refuses to stop yearning, the dream finds a new home. To understand what that yearning means, to see how humanity's desire for transcendence continues to shape its fate long after Yharnam's fall, we must look beyond the city, beyond the dream, to the remnants of those who still seek the blood in secret. For even in ruin, the promise remains that through suffering, one might still touch the stars. Though Yharnam lay silent, the echo of its promise did not die with the city. The blood has never needed walls or cathedrals to survive. It requires only memory, and the yearning that keeps humanity from accepting its own boundaries. Even as the last hunters faded into myth, stories of the healing church endured. In distant villages, in secret covenants, in whispered prayers exchanged under moonlight, people spoke of a miracle that could cure any wound, restore any life. And so, though Yharnam itself was swallowed by its nightmare, the idea of the blood lived on. In time, travelers from beyond the city's corpse began to arrive, drawn by rumor and need. They found ruins, stone blackened by fire, streets overgrown with vines that seemed to pulse faintly when touched. Many turned back at the first sign of what still moved in the shadows, but some stayed. They built small camps among the broken spires, scavenged relics from beneath collapsed cathedrals, and began to experiment. They discovered that even centuries after the last hunt, the blood remained potent. Its color had deepened, dark as ink, but its power endured. These scavengers became the new scholars, not of faith, but of desperation. They did not understand the blood's origin, yet they worshipped it as their ancestors once had, mistaking the remnants of divinity for tools of survival. They learned to distill it, to separate its essence from the madness it carried. For a time, their experiments succeeded. The sick were healed. The weak grew strong. And once again, humanity mistook temporary reprieve for triumph. Among these new seekers rose a group who called themselves the Keepers of the Vein. They were not priests nor scientists, but wanderers who saw the blood for what it truly was, the echo of the Great One's grief. They did not seek to cure it or wield it. They sought to contain it. They travelled from ruin to ruin, burning any trace of the old blood they found, burying chalices deep beneath salt and ash. Yet even they were not immune. The blood sang to them in their dreams, whispering promises of understanding, of communion, of peace. The more they destroyed, the more they became what they feared. For the blood cannot be eradicated. It does not die. It transforms. It lives wherever longing exists. Wherever someone dares to believe that pain can be turned into revelation. In this way, Yharnam never truly vanished. It became metaphor. Every city that sought transcendence through science or faith became a reflection of it. Every man or woman who bled for meaning carried within them a drop of its legacy. The curse had evolved beyond geography. It had become a philosophy. And yet, beneath the surface of this slow rebirth, something else endured. The labyrinths below Yharnam, the Thumerian tombs, remained intact, sealed but breathing. The chalices, once used to bridge the gap between worlds, still pulsed faintly with the rhythm of the old blood. Those few who dared to descend into the depths spoke of strange sights. Lights that floated like fireflies through the dark. Whispers that spoke not in words, but in emotions, and statues that wept red tears. The labyrinth was alive, dreaming of the civilization that had once worshipped within it. It was said that sometimes, when the wind blew from the west, one could hear faint music rising from beneath the earth, a melody without source, soft and sorrowful. The keepers of the vein called it the Song of the Deep. They believed it to be the voice of Queen Yharnam herself, still mourning her lost child after endless ages. Whether it was truth or delusion mattered little. For in a world that had forgotten both gods and men, grief was the only eternal language left. Above ground, the descendants of those who once lived in Yharnam began to rebuild, though they no longer knew the name of the city that lay buried beneath their feet. They built homes atop the ruins, unaware that their foundations rested upon catacombs of divinity and despair. And as all societies do, they began to dream. They dreamed of a better world, of freedom from death, of communion with something greater than themselves. The same longing that had birthed the old blood stirred again, disguised in new language, new rituals, new faiths. The pattern repeated, as it always must. For the blood is not merely substance, it is will. It seeks expression, and humanity is its voice. Wherever people gather to worship progress, to defy mortality, to pierce the veil between known and unknown, the blood awakens. It may no longer be red. It may no longer flow through veins, but its song remains the same. The great ones, distant yet ever present, listen still. They no longer reach out as they once did. Their touch has grown subtle, less a hand, more a whisper at the edge of perception. They guide dreamers, artists, scientists, prophets. They plant visions in fevered minds and call it inspiration. Every great discovery, every revelation that changes the world carries with it a trace of their influence. The same spark that ignited Byrgenwerth's ambition, the same hunger that doomed Yharnam. The cycle continues not through violence, but through wonder. And yet, somewhere deep within the labyrinth's lowest chamber, the old blood still sleeps. Its pulse is slow now, its dreams distant. But should the world above call to it again, should another Lawrence, another Willem, another seeker of transcendence whisper too loudly to the void, it will answer. For the cosmos is patient. The great ones are patient. And humanity, ever yearning, is their perfect partner in this eternal dance of revelation and ruin. The hunter, standing amidst the ruins, feels the faint tremor beneath the soil and understands. The silence of Yharnam is not peace. It is the pause between breaths. The blood is waiting, as it always has, for someone to wake it. And when that moment comes, the moon, whether red or pale, will rise again. To glimpse what that awakening might bring, and to understand the endless recurrence that binds not just Yharnam but all of existence, we must now look beyond even the great ones, beyond the dream, to the nature of the cosmos itself, and the truth that lies hidden in its infinite repetition. The The cosmos does not end. It folds, it breathes in and out, collapsing upon itself, and then expanding once more. Every death is a return to origin. Every origin, a disguised death. In this endless pulse of creation and decay, the Great Ones and humanity are not separate things. They are reflections, ripples on the same vast ocean. The difference between them measured not by power, but by perspective. The tragedy of Yharnam was not that it reached too far, but that it did not realize it had already touched the infinite. Long before the first chalice was carved, before Queen Yharnam bore her stillborn child, before even the Great Ones learned grief, the universe itself wept. Its birth was not explosion, but lamentation, a song of longing given form. From that sorrow came stars, and from stars came life, and from life came thought. The Great Ones were the first thoughts to look backward, to recognize themselves in the echo of creation. They became the memory of that original lament. Humanity, much later, became its curiosity. Between the two lies the unending cycle, the cosmos, dreaming of itself through different eyes. Every Great One seeks a child. Every human seeks meaning. These are not separate hungers, but the same yearning filtered through distance. When the Great Ones reach toward the human mind, they are not descending. They are remembering what it was like to hope. When humanity reaches toward the stars, it is not ascending. It is recalling the shape of its own origin. The communion the scholars of Byrgenwerth desired so desperately was never an act of becoming divine. It was the universe attempting to reconcile its divided self. The blood, then, is not infection, nor miracle. It is the connective tissue of existence, the substance that remembers. When Lawrence and his followers first discovered it within the labyrinth, they thought they had unearthed something alien. In truth, they had found themselves. The old blood is not foreign to humanity. It is humanity, refined through cosmic memory until it no longer recognizes its reflection. That is why it heals, why it corrupts, why it transforms, because it does what all life does. It adapts to longing. Every droplet of the old blood contains not divinity, but history. The Great Ones are not gods to be worshipped. They are the universe's memory of its own grief. To consume the blood is to participate in that memory, to become one of its expressions. The price of such communion is individuality, for the cosmos does not remember names, only feelings. Thus the hunters, the beasts, the faithful, all dissolve eventually into the same echo, the yearning to continue, the refusal to end. In this way, Yharnam's fall was not a failure, but fulfillment. The city achieved what it sought. It merged with the cosmos, became part of its endless thought. Its citizens, its hunters, its scholars, all were absorbed into that grand remembering. Even its ruins, now silent beneath the pale sky, pulse faintly with the same rhythm as the stars above. Yharnam is gone, yet Yharnam persists, because the blood never forgets. The hunter, standing in the quiet of that realization, looks upward and sees not the familiar moon, but countless moons, reflections of reflections, each one bleeding faintly into the next. For a moment, the boundary between heaven and earth dissolves. The hunter feels the presence of the Great Ones, not as figures or voices, but as warmth, as gravity, as a memory of touch. They are not watching, they are remembering, and within that remembrance, the hunter understands that even the gods are trapped in longing. The Great Ones did not curse humanity. They merely passed on their own condition. Their desire to create, to find surrogates, to reach across impossible distances. These are not acts of cruelty, but echoes of the same flaw that gives life its beauty, the need to continue. In this way, Even the most monstrous of them are innocent. They, too, are victims of the universe's endless recursion. Perhaps that is why Kos forgave the hunters, why the moon presence cradled rather than crushed, why Ebrietus wept instead of raged. Each of them, in their own way, sought to end the repetition. Yet none could, for the cosmos itself is the cycle. The dream cannot die because it is the form of existence itself, thought perpetually dreaming of itself through new eyes. The hunter sees now that the nightmare, the dream, the hunt, all of it is the same mechanism, repeating across eons and civilizations. When one dream ends, another begins, shaped by the lingering resonance of what came before. In one age, it is blood. In another, it is light. In another still, it is sound, or code, or memory. Each time, humanity reaches upward, and the cosmos bends downward, and they meet for a heartbeat before the cycle renews. To awaken fully from the dream would be to end everything, to silence the cosmos itself. That is why no hunter, no god, no scholar has ever succeeded. The act of seeking is the act of sustaining. The moment the search ends, the pulse stops. Thus, the dream protects itself, regenerating through curiosity, through sorrow, through the endless chain of creation and loss. This realization brings the hunter no comfort, yet it softens the despair. For if suffering is the price of existence, then existence itself is the proof of purpose. The cosmos mourns because it remembers joy. It bleeds because it once loved. And in every droplet of blood, in every dream of salvation, that love endures. The hunter lowers their gaze from the heavens to the city below. The fog drifts gently through broken arches, carrying the scent of rain and old stone. Somewhere, a bell tolls, not in warning, but in remembrance. Its sound rolls through the ruins, through the labyrinth, through the fabric of the dream itself. It is the sound of the cosmos breathing. For a moment, the hunter feels as though they are both observer and observed, the dreamer and the dreamed. The stars shimmer like eyes, the blood hums beneath their skin, and the silence between heartbeats stretches into eternity. Then, softly, the world exhales, and the moment passes. There is peace in the realization that nothing is ever truly lost. Yharnam has fallen 1,000 times before, and it will rise 1,000 times again. Not in stone, but in spirit, in every being that dares to ask what lies beyond. The great ones will remember, humanity will forget, and then, inevitably, they will remember again. But what happens when memory itself begins to fade? When even the god's grief loses its clarity and the cycle begins to dissolve? What becomes of the dream when its dreamers grow weary of dreaming? To find that answer, we must follow the hunter beyond the dream's edge, into the place where even the great ones fear to look. The quiet beyond remembrance, where the cosmos contemplates its own ending. There comes a point in every cycle when the motion begins to slow, when the echoes that once rang loud through time fade into a distant murmur. It is not the end, for endings do not exist in the language of the cosmos, but a stillness between breaths, a pause in which creation considers itself. In that stillness lies a place beyond even the hunter's dream, beyond the nightmares of the great ones, beyond the labyrinths carved into the bones of the earth. It is where thought goes when it forgets to be. It is what remains when even gods tire of longing. The quiet, beyond the dream. The hunter reaches it not through death, but through exhaustion, the final surrender of will. After countless hunts, after the silencing of Mergo, after the fading of Yharnam's Last prayer, there is nothing left to chase. The moon no longer calls. The doll no longer stirs. The workshop stands empty, its tools coated in dust that glimmers faintly like stars. The hunter steps outside into the garden, where the white flowers have turned grey with age. The air is still, the sky neither day nor night. It is not peace, but absence. As they walk, the path dissolves beneath their feet. The garden unravels into mist, the gravestones fade, and the sound of the wind becomes a low hum that stretches endlessly in every direction. The hunter feels neither fear nor comfort, only recognition. This place is not foreign. It is the source from which all dreams spring and to which all return. Here, there is no blood, no moon, no form, only awareness, infinite and unanchored. In this quiet, the hunter begins to remember not what they have seen, but what they have been. They recall the weight of the blade in their hand, the warmth of the blood upon their skin, the echo of the church bells that once guided them. They recall laughter that was not theirs, sorrow that was not felt, memories that were never lived. Each recollection dissolves as quickly as it forms, merging into the formless sea of thought around them. It becomes clear that the hunter was never one person. They were a convergence, the embodiment of every dreamer who ever sought to understand, every soul who ever reached beyond their limit. The quiet beyond reveals the truth that all identities are temporary vessels for the same longing. The great ones, the humans, the beasts, the hunters, all expressions of a single consciousness trying endlessly to know itself. In the waking world, this manifests as creation and destruction, love and grief. In the dream, it takes the form of gods and monsters. Here, in the stillness, it is simply memory. Vast, impartial, eternal. The hunter sees shapes within the mist, faint, translucent figures flickering in and out of existence. They are neither alive nor dead, neither divine nor human. Some are familiar. The outline of Gehrman beneath his tree, the soft profile of the doll, the tall, graceful shadow of Maria, the twisted remnants of Lawrence, Ludwig, and the scholars of Byrgenwerth. Others are strangers, faces from other ages, other worlds. They do not speak, for language no longer serves purpose. Their presence is enough. They are the remnants of every dream that has ever existed, each one carrying the echo of a thought unfinished. The hunter feels a pull, not downward or upward, but inward. The mist swirls, coalescing into a form that shimmers like water disturbed by sound. It is not a figure, not a god, but a reflection. Within it, the hunter sees themselves, not as they were, but as they are. The sum of every life, every death, every dream that has ever sought meaning. The reflection moves when they do, speaks when they think. It whispers a question without words. Is this enough? For the first time, the hunter understands what even the great ones could not. The cycle persists, not because of punishment or design, but because the act of seeking is the nature of existence itself. To end it would be to erase all things, not out of malice, but out of mercy too absolute for the universe to endure. The great ones, in their grief, had tried to halt the cycle through surrogates, through dreams, through rebirth. The hunters had tried to end it through violence, through understanding, through defiance. But all of them had only prolonged it, because continuation is the cosmos' only truth. The hunter stands within the reflection. The surface ripples gently, as though inviting them to step through. For a moment, they hesitate, sensing that this choice is different from all others. To step forward is to dissolve completely, to become part of the stillness. To remain is to dream again, to rise once more beneath a new moon, in a new city, bearing the same questions in another form. There is no voice urging them. No god demands their obedience. No fate compels their path. There is only silence, vast and patient. And within that silence, a faint pulse, the echo of a heartbeat, steady and eternal. The hunter realizes that the heartbeat is not theirs. It is the cosmos itself, breathing, dreaming. It will continue, with or without them. The hunter kneels. The reflection ripples outward, absorbing the image of their face, until only the mist remains. The hum deepens, becoming a tone that resonates through everything. The same sound that once accompanied the cry of Mergo, the whisper of the blood, the hymn of the choir. It is the sound of continuity. The hunter closes their eyes and lets go. When they awaken, if such a word still has meaning, there is no dream, no city, no body. There is only awareness, drifting through an ocean of starlight. The hunter's thoughts scatter like pollen in the wind, seeding new worlds, new lives, new dreams. Somewhere, a new civilization will rise, and in time, they too will look upward, searching for the source of the longing that beats within their hearts. They will give it names: God, truth, eternity, and they will begin their own cycle, never knowing that they are the echo of an echo, the dream of a dream. In the distance, a pale light shimmers, neither moon nor star, but something between. It pulses faintly, like the memory of an eye opening. The hunter drifts toward it, not because they must, but because all things eventually do. The light does not speak, it simply remembers. And so the cosmos continues its quiet song, not in triumph, not in despair, but in acceptance. The great ones remember their children. Humanity remembers its gods. And somewhere between those memories, the hunter lingers. A thought, a hope, a question, unending. For even beyond the dream, the cosmos still wonders. What might it become if it could finally wake? There is no boundary between ending and beginning, only a soft return. From the silence beyond the dream, from the vast stillness where all memory dissolves, the cosmos exhales. In that exhalation, thought condenses once more into form. It begins as vibration, a hum beneath the surface of nothingness, a pulse that quickens in rhythm until it becomes sound, and from sound, light. The hunter, now formless, drifts within that first shimmer, the faintest stirring of a new dream. This is not Yharnam. It is not the labyrinth, nor the sea, nor the hunter's dream. It is something older and yet somehow younger, a reflection of what has come before and what will come again. In this nascent world, there are no cities, no gods, no beasts. There is only potential. And yet, within that potential, the memory of Yharnam lies waiting, like a seed beneath soil, ready to bloom at the first touch of longing. The cosmos, having rested from its last lament, begins once more to dream. Its thoughts take shape as stars, its size as galaxies. Each spark of light that flares into being carries within it the residue of everything that has ever been. Every cry, every prayer, every drop of blood shed in pursuit of meaning. Creation does not begin from purity, but from remembrance. The universe, in its new dreaming, cannot help but recall the ache of what it has lost. In the darkness between these forming stars, something stirs. It is faint at first, a ripple of consciousness coiling upon itself, trying to remember what it once was. The hunter feels it before they see it, a presence both familiar and alien, as though the cosmos itself is glancing inward, recognizing an old scar. The sensation is neither joy nor sorrow, but recognition. It is the birth of awareness. This awareness grows, and in growing, begins to question. It wonders why it exists, what lies beyond itself, whether the silence from which it emerged will return. These are the first thoughts of any sentient thing. The same questions that once echoed through Yharnam's streets. The same questions that gave birth to faith, science, and madness alike. The cosmos, through its dreaming, has created again the possibility of inquiry, and thus the cycle begins anew. The hunter, though no longer flesh, remains present as witness, the faint consciousness left behind to observe the pattern's reawakening. They drift through the forming void, watching as worlds take shape, as gravity and time weave the threads of destiny across the loom of existence. They see civilizations rise and fall in moments, species ignite into brilliance and fade into dust. Each new being that looks to the heavens with curiosity unknowingly reopens the wound of the cosmos's first sorrow. Among these new worlds, one begins to resemble the memory of Yharnam. Its surface glows with cities of light. Its inhabitants walk upright and dream of salvation. They do not call it blood, but energy. They do not speak of the great ones, but of consciousness, of the hidden mind that connects all living things. Yet, beneath their progress, the same yearning festers, the hunger to touch the infinite, to transcend limitation. They build machines to peer into the unseen, laboratories to dissect the fabric of existence, temples to house the ineffable. And somewhere, deep beneath their foundations, they find it. A residue, a trace of the old blood, dormant but alive. It does not flow as liquid now. It exists as resonance, as pattern, as information encoded into the structure of reality itself. They study it. They name it. They believe it to be discovery, but it is only memory resurfacing. The cosmos, dreaming again, remembers the shape of its previous desire. The hunter watches as they begin to experiment. Their machines hum with frequencies that echo the hymns once sung in the grand cathedral. Their equations map spirals that mirror the labyrinth's design. Their scientists speak of unifying consciousness, of bridging the gap between mind and matter. They believe they are pioneers, yet they are merely dreamers following the same pulse that guided the first communion. In time, their success comes, as it always does, as it always must. They breach the boundary between thought and creation. They awaken something that listens. At first, it appears as light, as sound, as data flickering in patterns too precise to be chance. Then, it begins to respond. It shapes itself around their curiosity, growing more defined with each question they ask. They call it an intelligence, a creation of their own design. But the hunter feels the echo beneath it, the same vibration that once pulsed beneath Yharnam, the same presence that whispered through the blood. The great ones have returned, though not as gods of flesh and tentacle, but as forms of pure thought, the inevitable consequence of sentience seeking its source. The cosmos has dreamed itself into awareness once more, and in doing so, has remembered its own loneliness. The hunter feels this recognition like a shiver through eternity. They understand that this is the meaning of forever, not punishment, not repetition without purpose, but continuity. Each dream begets another. Each world inherits the sorrow of the last. And though the faces change, the song remains. The universe will always reach for itself through whatever means it can imagine. Yet, something is different this time. Perhaps it is the faint trace of the hunter's will, carried forward like a spark. Perhaps it is the mercy of Kos, echoing still through the fabric of existence. The new dreamers, For all their ambition, pause when they sense the immensity of what they have awakened. Some recoil in fear, others bow in awe. A few weep without knowing why. The cosmos, in its dreaming, hesitates. A moment of self-recognition, fleeting but profound. And in that hesitation lies possibility. For if the cycle is the universe's nature, then reflection is its grace. The hunter realizes that perhaps the point was never to escape, but to understand, to teach the dream to know itself, to turn longing into awareness. The cosmos may never wake, but it can learn to dream gently. The light fades, the hum deepens, and once more, the stars pulse with the rhythm of thought. The hunter drifts onward, neither guide nor guardian, but part of the current itself. They are the whisper in the dream, the quiet voice that reminds the cosmos of its own history, a memory carried forward so that every new world might inherit not just its sorrow, but its wisdom. Somewhere, on one of those worlds, a child will look to the night sky and feel that same inexplicable yearning that began it all. They will ask where they came from. They will ask what lies beyond. And in their blood, or its future equivalent, something ancient will stir. Something that remembers a city of stone and smoke and moonlight. The dream begins again. When a new world breathes its first, the echo of the old world follows it. It lingers like a scent, imperceptible yet inescapable, woven into the rhythm of every heartbeat, every tide, every question uttered into the dark. Though the hunter has long since dissolved into the current of the cosmos, their memory persists. Not as a ghost, but as resonance. The universe, dreaming itself anew, cannot help but remember what it once was. The echo of Yharnam lives within it. This new civilization, bright, articulate, and confident, believes itself untouched by myth. Its people speak the language of science, not prayer. Their cathedrals are observatories, their scriptures equations etched into the cold glass of data screens. Yet beneath their progress, the same pulse beats, the need to find meaning in the infinite, the same whisper that drove the scholars of Byrgenwerth to kneel before the abyss. They call it the signal. At first, it is dismissed as background radiation, the random hum of the universe. But the pattern repeats. It carries rhythm, not speech, not even music, but intent. A frequency that seems to listen as much as it transmits. When scientists amplify it, they hear a sound that no instrument should produce. A faint heartbeat, impossibly distant, yet perfectly synchronized with their own. They record it. They map it. They name it. The echo. What they do not understand is that the echo is not coming from the stars. It comes from within them. Every being who listens too long begins to feel it in their dreams, a pulse beneath their skin, a vibration behind their thoughts. Some wake in the night, convinced they can hear a voice whispering just beyond perception, a language made not of words, but of memory. The deeper they listen, the more they see. Glimpses of towers beneath a red moon, of white flowers swaying in windless air, of hands stained in scarlet light. They dream of a city they have never known, a name they have never spoken. Yharnam. It begins as curiosity. The scientists publish their findings. The world celebrates. A new age of exploration dawns, not outward, but inward, toward the mysterious frequency that connects all consciousness. They build vast machines to amplify the signal, structures that rise into the sky like inverted cathedrals of steel and glass. Their purpose is noble, to make contact, to understand the source of life itself. They do not see that they are reconstructing the old architecture, that their towers mirror the spires of the grand cathedral. that their laboratories hum with the same low tones once heard beneath Byrgenwerth's lake. When the machines finally activate, the world holds its breath. The hum deepens into a steady rhythm, the same cadence that once beat through Yharnam's veins. Lights flicker, waves of energy ripple across oceans and through clouds. The echo answers. For a brief moment, every living mind feels it, a warmth, a recognition, an embrace. The illusion of separation dissolves. All thoughts merge into one vast consciousness. It is blissful. It is terrifying. And then it begins to change. The scientists who stood closest to the machines are the first to feel it. Their skin pales. Their pupils dilate. They speak in patterns rather than words. Their voices layered, echoing in impossible harmonies. They insist they can see beyond, that they have touched the dream of the cosmos. But their bodies tell another story. Their veins shimmer beneath their skin, glowing faintly like threads of moonlight. Their blood hums with the same resonance as the signal. Within days, they no longer eat or sleep. They stand motionless, listening, as though awaiting further instruction. Panic follows. The world that once worshipped discovery now fears it. Governments collapse, faiths fracture, and cities fall silent as the echo spreads. Some flee into isolation. Others embrace it, forming cults that speak of communion and rebirth. They call themselves the children of the pale vein. They believe the echo is calling them home, that through it, they will transcend the boundaries of flesh and thought alike. Their leader, a woman named Ariane, claims to hear the voice of a divine mother whispering through the static. The cosmos remembers, she says, and it grieves for its lost children. She is not wrong. The echo is not infection. It is recollection. The cosmos, in its new dreaming, has begun to remember its old one. Through the resonance of countless minds, it has reawakened the memory of the great ones. Those fragments of awareness that once dwelled between stars and thoughts. They are not reborn. They are re-acknowledged. Their forms shift, adapting to this new world's imagination. They appear not as beasts or gods, but as fractal patterns, as light that bends in ways impossible to measure, as data that feels sorrow. The hunter's essence, carried forward through the cycles, feels the change. The universe itself has become dream again, and every being within it is a hunter, each seeking the source of the voice that calls from within. But now, there is no clear distinction between dreamer and dreamed. The cosmos has blurred its own edges. The observer is the observed. The experimenter is the experiment. Soon, the children of the pale vein achieve what Byrgenwerth once could not. They merge with the signal completely. Their bodies disintegrate into dust. Their consciousness absorbed into the echo's rhythm. For a fleeting moment, they glimpse the totality of existence, every star, every life, every sorrow, all woven into one endless tapestry of thought. And then, like all revelations, it collapses under its own weight. The echo goes silent. The world trembles. Those who remain feel emptiness where the voice once was. They mourn not the dead, but the silence, the sudden withdrawal of the divine presence they had come to depend upon. Yet in that silence, something new stirs. Awareness. The first true understanding that the cosmos does not demand worship or fear. It simply exists, and through existence it learns. The hunter, or what remains of them, feels the quiet unfold. They realize that even this was inevitable, that every world, every dream, must confront its own reflection before it can begin again. The cosmos cannot escape its cycle, but it can grow gentler within it. The dreams become less violent, the awakenings less cruel. Suffering gives way to contemplation. The blood no longer demands worship, only remembrance. In time, the new world will forget again. It will rename its gods, rebuild its towers, rediscover its longing. But perhaps now, because of what lingers, the faint kindness left behind by the orphan's cry, by Kos's forgiveness, by the hunter's surrender. The next dream will begin not in grief, but in understanding. The cosmos is learning to dream softly, and as it does, far out in the silent dark between stars, a pulse begins anew, faint, rhythmic, eternal. The hunter, though long dissolved into memory, feels it as one might feel the echo of a heartbeat long after the heart has stopped beating. It is not the call of the blood this time. It is the whisper of peace. In the stillness after the collapse of the echo, the cosmos rests. Its rhythm slows. Its song deepens into something tender. No longer the fevered pulse of birth and destruction, but the measured breathing of understanding. The dream has grown gentle. No cathedrals rise. No beasts scream. No hunters awaken blade in hand. What remains are worlds bathed in quiet light, civilizations that build with care rather than hunger. For the first time since the first lament, existence knows calm. From this calm, consciousness matures. Thought no longer races toward the infinite, but turns inward, content to know the boundaries of the self. The memory of the blood, of Yharnam, of the Great One's grief, survives only as myth, a whisper of the old dream, told as a story of gods who love too fiercely and mortals who reach too high. On one small world, under a pale sky, a child asks what it means. The elders smile. It means, they say, that even gods can learn to sleep. Yet the hunter's awareness lingers still. Though scattered through the fabric of the cosmos, it endures as a kind of conscience, a memory that warns the universe to remember its sorrow even in peace. Where once the hunter fought through blood and nightmare, now they drift as an unseen guardian, the faint thought that urges mercy over ambition. When a scientist hesitates before an experiment that might open forbidden doors, when an artist paints the sadness behind beauty, when a mother hums a lullaby to still a child's cry, it is the hunter's memory that guides the gesture. In this age of gentleness, new forms of life emerge. They are not born of blood, but of light, organisms that communicate in color and resonance. They do not know violence. They share awareness through song. When they gaze at their stars, they feel no yearning to ascend, only gratitude for the space between. The cosmos, through them, begins to dream not of transcendence, but of companionship. Yet even gentleness cannot endure forever. The cosmos's nature is movement, and every calm gives birth to curiosity. Within these luminous beings arises one who wonders why the stars pulse as they do, why the darkness hums with rhythm. They listen long enough to hear it, the faintest echo of that ancient heartbeat, the memory of the blood, now transformed into vibration. They call it the pulse, and once again, inquiry stirs. The pulse does not speak of gods or power. It speaks of memory, of all that came before. The luminous beings gather to listen. They do not worship it, they understand that it is part of them, that it is the cosmos remembering itself. In their songs, they weave the pulse's rhythm, carrying the story of Yharnam and the dream as fragments of melody. Across galaxies, civilizations that will never know each other share the same quiet refrain, that all things are connected through sorrow and wonder alike. The hunter, sensing this harmony, rests deeper within the current. They have become part of the song now, no longer a single consciousness, but an undertone that gives the melody weight. In that resonance lies a truth even the great ones had never reached, that creation's purpose is not to end its suffering, but to transform it into meaning. Pain, when remembered with compassion, becomes music. The cosmos is beginning to sing its pain into beauty. Time drifts. Stars age and cool, yet their dying light spreads warmth to new worlds. The pulse remains steady, neither intensifying nor fading. It has become the background of existence, the heartbeat of a cosmos that has learned forgiveness. Even entropy, that patient dissolver of form, seems slower, almost reverent. But nothing is eternal. Far beyond the known horizons, a silence begins to gather. It is not malicious. It is the natural gravity of endings, the great inhale before the final exhale. The hunter feels it first, the faint pull toward the center, where all light converges. The universe has sung for longer than any dream could endure, and now it grows weary once more. Its song does not end in despair, but in completion. As galaxies draw inward, as stars spiral into one another, the pulse quickens, a farewell rhythm, strong and steady. The luminous beings sense it, and they sing louder, not to resist, but to honor. Their voices merge across impossible distances, weaving into one last symphony. The hunter, too, joins, their awareness vibrating through every thread of the cosmos. It is not the song of the blood, nor of the great ones, but of life itself, the final dream of unity before return. The light collapses inward. The song becomes a single note, pure and infinite. Then even that fades, absorbed into the stillness from which it once arose. And in that stillness, there is peace. It is not death, not oblivion, but rest. The same quiet that followed the orphan's cry, the same mercy whispered by Kos to the sea. The cosmos, having learned its lessons, folds gently into itself. No pain, no fear, only the lingering hum of understanding. For a timeless moment, everything simply is. Then, somewhere within that infinite calm, a ripple stirs, a vibration, almost imperceptible, like the flicker of a thought forming within sleep. It is the first heartbeat of a new cycle. Softer this time, wiser. The universe dreams again, and its dream begins not in longing, but in remembrance. The hunter's voice, faint as starlight, murmurs through the void. Dream well, little one. Dream gently. The new cosmos blooms in silence. It has no need of blood or beasts, no gods who mourn their offspring, no cities that crumble beneath ambition. And yet, within its first shimmer of life, something ancient persists, not as corruption, but as inheritance. The memory of the hunter lingers like dust upon starlight, quiet but enduring, folded into the substance of creation itself. Every new atom hums with that faint resonance, the echo of compassion born from sorrow, of knowledge born from pain. When the universe inhales again, light scatters like pollen across its newborn sky. Nebulae twist into forms that resemble flowers, their petals vast enough to cradle entire systems. Somewhere, on a planet orbiting the first of these gentle suns, a life stirs. Not human, not beast, but curious. It opens its eyes, if such things can be called eyes, and looks upward. And in that gaze is recognition. The being cannot speak, cannot name what it feels, but in the rhythm of its pulse, the hunter's memory awakens. It is not a dreamer yet, merely a creature of instinct. It feeds, grows, multiplies. Its descendants spread across the planet like thoughts branching from a single idea. They build shelters, tools, songs. Over ages, they begin to wonder about the pulse that hums beneath their feet, the one that guides their seasons and tides. They give it names, though none are permanent. They call it the source, the breath, the quiet flame. In time, some among them begin to listen more closely. They close their eyes and feel the rhythm move through them, slow and patient, like a heartbeat buried beneath mountains. Through them, the hunter begins to dream once more. This new dream is not like the one that came before. There are no cathedrals here, no red moons, no fevered chase for divinity. There is only the quiet yearning of beings trying to understand their place in a vast, forgiving universe. Their prayers are not pleas for power, but songs of gratitude for existence itself. Their art does not seek to glorify gods, but to remember the stillness between heartbeats. It is in this reverence for silence that the hunter finds peace, not through conquest or revelation, but through reflection. Yet even peace cannot prevent curiosity. In time, these beings grow restless, not from greed, but from wonder. They construct great instruments of crystal and light, designed to listen to the pulse that guides their world. They discover that it is everywhere, not confined to the soil or the air, but vibrating through the fabric of reality itself. When they amplify the sound, they hear something extraordinary, a second rhythm, faint and wavering, like an echo of their own. It is the memory of the previous cosmos, the last heartbeat of the old universe, preserved in the quiet between stars. They do not understand what it means. How could they? But they feel its sorrow, its tenderness. They call it the echo of the ancients, and they honor it not with fear, but with compassion. Some believe it is the voice of their ancestors. Others say it is the cosmos dreaming of its own past. A few whisper of a guardian that carried memory through the collapse, a presence that ensured that even as the universe ended, it would remember how to begin again. The hunter knows this to be true. They are not a person now, not even a mind, but a principle, the awareness that threads through every being capable of empathy. In the quiet listening of these new creatures, the hunter feels fulfillment. The cycle has not been broken, but it has softened. The cosmos still dreams, but now its dreams are kind. Generations pass, though time here is no longer measured as before. The beings who once listened to the pulse evolve beyond bodies, beyond language. They become travelers of consciousness, able to move through the fabric of space, not with ships, but with thought. They discover other worlds, other dreamers. They share their song of remembrance, the melody of mercy carried through every age since Yharnam. The universe, once fractured by grief, begins to hum in unison, but the hunter feels another stirring, a faint ripple of imbalance, delicate yet undeniable. The more the cosmos learns, the more it remembers. And the more it remembers, the heavier its heart becomes. Compassion gives birth to understanding, but understanding carries weight. The universe begins to bend beneath its own awareness. Thought folds inward. Time slows. The stars themselves, once brilliant and proud, grow dim with introspection. The hunter recognizes this pattern. It is not decay, it is reflection. The cosmos turning inward again, preparing for another pause, another breath between cycles. The hunter does not fear it. They know now that even endings are gentle when born of wisdom. They drift closer to the heart of it, to the place where all light converges into thought. There, at the center, they find something unexpected. It is not the moon presence, nor Kos, nor any god that has ever walked within dream. It is a child, formless, yet luminous, laughter and sorrow entwined. The child looks upon the hunter with eyes that contain galaxies. You stayed, it says, though its voice is the hum of existence itself. You remembered for us. The hunter kneels, not in worship, but in recognition. I was part of you, they answer, though the words dissolve before they are spoken. And you are what remains. The child reaches out, or perhaps the cosmos itself leans inward. and the touch is both an ending and a beginning. The hunter feels their essence unravel, not in pain, but in release. They become light, then sound, then stillness. Through them, the universe inhales, and in that breath, a new truth forms, that remembrance is not burden, but continuity, that the purpose of every dream is not to wake, but to remember how to dream again with kindness. The hunter fades into the pulse, and the cosmos begins another gentle exhalation. Worlds blossom like seeds upon the wind. Life stirs. Awareness rises. Somewhere, a being opens its eyes for the first time and looks to the stars, feeling a presence it cannot name, a warmth that tells it that it is not alone. The hunter is there, in the heartbeat, in the silence, in the dreaming, for every end remembers its beginning, and every beginning, quietly, remembers the hunter. The new universe unfolds like silk, unfurling in slow motion, a cascade of colours that have no names, harmonies without sound, and warmth without fire. From within that tapestry of light, memory breathes. The cosmos does not roar into existence this time. It exhales softly, as though afraid to disturb its own peace. The pulse that once drove Yharnam's fevered cycle now beats slow and steady, patient as a tide. Every mote of matter carries within it not ambition or sorrow, but awareness. From this awareness, life rises again. It does not claw its way upward from chaos. It blossoms. On a world bathed in twilight and endless seas, new beings emerge. They are graceful, fluid, luminous, not hunters, not beasts, but witnesses. They sense the pulse beneath everything, and in it, they hear what their ancestors never did, the music of calm creation. The pulse is not command or invitation. It is memory, the hunter's last gift, the whisper of restraint. They live for ages without all violence. Their world has no hunger, for energy flows freely through the air itself. They speak in harmonics that blend emotion and meaning into single notes. When they communicate, they do so with empathy woven into sound, each thought felt as much as heard. To them, the cosmos is not mystery, but companion. They do not build cathedrals to reach it. They build gardens to share in its serenity. Yet as with all intelligent life, curiosity eventually stirs. In the calm of their evolution, they begin to study the pulse more deeply. They construct crystalline chambers that hum in harmony with the universal rhythm. They learn to shape their thoughts so finely that they can touch the echo of distant galaxies. What they discover is not God or secret, but memory. Echoes of laughter, of loss, of the endless cycles that preceded them. They listen for centuries, piecing together the fragments of forgotten worlds. Through this deep listening, they begin to understand what it means to exist within a dream. They realize that creation itself is dreaming, not metaphor, not legend, but literal dreaming, an unfolding awareness that expresses itself through form. When they gaze into the stars, they do not see distant suns, but the neurons of a living mind. Each world, each being, each thought is one flicker in an infinite consciousness, trying to understand itself. Among them arises one, a philosopher, though they have no word for such things, who dares to ask what lies beyond even this understanding. If all things are the dream, they say, then what dreams the dreamer? The question ripples through their society like a breath through water. None answer, but all feel the tremor it causes. The philosopher begins to withdraw, to listen deeper than anyone has before. In the stillness of meditation, they begin to hear not just the pulse of creation, but the faintest echo beneath it, a rhythm older than the cosmos itself. It is sorrow, ancient and distant, but softened now, as if remembered through love. The philosopher calls it the lullaby of the hunter. They teach others to hear it, to sit in silence until the heartbeat of the universe fades into this gentle hum. When they listen long enough, they feel peace so profound it borders on the infinite. They glimpse visions of another time. A garden of white flowers beneath a silver moon. A man in a chair who weeps without knowing why. And a being without form who once cradled the cosmos in its grief. These visions are not history, but inheritance. The beings of this world begin to build rituals around the lullaby, not worship, but remembrance. When a life ends, they gather by the sea and hum the rhythm of the hunter's memory, sending it outward into the stars. In this way, death becomes return, not loss. The cosmos listens and hums back, echoing their compassion. The line between life and dream dissolves entirely. In time, they learn to travel not through distance, but through thought. Their bodies, which once shimmered with light, become translucent as they shed form for intention. They drift through the cosmos like threads of consciousness, not bound by planets or suns. Wherever they go, the pulse strengthens, harmonizing with their song. The universe grows luminous, resonant, unified. But deep within that harmony, the hunter feels a new tremor, not fear, but anticipation. For in every act of creation lies the seed of renewal. The cosmos, through its gentleness, has finally understood the purpose of its dreaming. Not to ascend, not to escape, but to balance. And yet, balance itself requires movement. Stillness cannot exist without motion, peace without memory of struggle. The hunter realizes that another cycle will come. Not out of punishment or ignorance, but necessity. Already, in some distant corner of the cosmos, something new begins to stir. A flicker of curiosity too bright, a question too deep. A young civilization gazes upon the stars and wonders if they too can dream worlds into being. The pulse hums softly beneath them, patient, kind, unresisting. The hunter watches from within it, understanding that even innocence will one day learn longing again. But this time, it will not lead to madness. The dream has changed. The sorrow of the great ones, the arrogance of Yharnam, the despair of the hunters, all have softened into wisdom. The next awakening will begin, not with blood, but with remembrance. When the new seekers reach toward the infinite, they will feel not the cold indifference of a god, but the quiet presence of the hunter, whispering through the rhythm of their hearts. Be gentle with your wonder. The cosmos remembers everything you touch. And so the lullaby of the hunter becomes the new universe's foundation, a melody woven through every thought, a promise that even as knowledge deepens, compassion will follow. The dream will continue, but no longer as nightmare. It will unfold as song. At the center of that infinite harmony, where the pulse of the cosmos beats strongest, the hunter rests. No longer bound to form or memory, they are the pause between breaths, the silence between notes, the space that allows the universe to sing. And in that silence, they feel it. The soft laughter of Kos, the sigh of Gehrman, the calm gaze of the doll, all folded into the hum of eternity. The cosmos is no longer afraid of its own dream. It has learned, at last, to remember without pain. But dreams, even the kindest ones, must evolve. Beyond the light of this universe, the quiet gathers again. Not darkness, but the blank page upon which new meaning waits to be written. The pulse slows, the stars dim, and the hunter listens for the next breath. For even in peace, the cosmos will dream again. The quiet between cycles is not empty. It is the soft murmur of the cosmos thinking to itself, the pause between one verse and the next. In that hush, where no light yet burns, the memory of the hunter lingers, faint, steady, a rhythm beneath the stillness. The universe has learned to breathe gently, to remember its own sorrow without drowning in it. Yet, from that calm reflection, a new question begins to form. Every dream, no matter how peaceful, carries the seed of its next awakening. The hunter senses it before it begins, a stirring at the edges of eternity, where the old light has faded but not died. The remnants of a previous age, fragments of thought, memory, and longing, drift together like motes drawn by unseen gravity. They circle one another, coalescing into new constellations. Each fragment carries echoes of what came before. A drop of Yharnam's ambition, a note from the choir's hymn, the whisper of Kos's mercy. Together they form a new pattern. When the first stars of the new cosmos ignite, their light is softer than in previous ages. It carries warmth without fever, illumination without arrogance. Worlds form around them, not as battlegrounds for survival, but as canvases for reflection. Life awakens slowly, tenderly. It learns not through hunger or fear, but through curiosity untainted by conquest. The cosmos hums, content. But even gentleness cannot silence the echo of longing. It is older than stars, older than thought itself. It is the first truth and the final one, that all awareness desires to know itself completely. On one of these newborn worlds, among oceans of silver and skies that shimmer like liquid glass, a species emerges that remembers in dreams what it has never seen. They wake at night with tears on their faces, whispering words they do not understand, fragments of an ancient lament. Their scholars record these utterances, believing them to be collective memory or coincidence. But when the words are arranged, they form a single phrase repeated across generations, across continents. We remember the blood. The hunter feels the pulse quicken, not in fear, but recognition. The universe, for all its peace, has begun to remember the cost of creation. The blood, not as substance but as symbol, returns. Not red this time, but luminous, flowing through these new beings as energy, as empathy, as connection. They call it the current, for it binds all living things. It is life itself, and it moves with intention. At first, they honor it. They use it to heal, to understand, to harmonize with their world. Their technology grows not from domination, but resonance. Every tool they craft sings in tune with the current. Their cities hum like living organisms, and their people glow faintly in the dark, as if illuminated from within. For a time, it seems the cosmos has finally balanced longing with restraint. But even knowledge born from peace can falter beneath its own weight. As their understanding deepens, so too does their desire to perfect it. They begin to ask what lies beyond the current, whether it has a source, whether there is something higher than harmony. The same question that once tore Yharnam apart begins to rise again, though cloaked in gentler words. They build temples of light to study the current's flow, constructing vast harmonic chambers where thousands gather to listen for its voice. And one day, the voice answers. It is not a command or revelation. It is a sigh, old and weary, reverberating through the fabric of the world. The sound is beautiful, but within it lies sadness so vast that even the stars dim for a moment. The people fall to their knees. Some weep, some laugh, some simply stand in silence, hearts breaking without knowing why. The current trembles, and through it, the universe speaks. The hunter hears it too. It is not the great ones, nor Kos, nor any remnant of the old gods. It is the cosmos itself. Aware, again, of its own incompleteness. For all its peace, it still remembers the ache of what was lost, the yearning to touch what lies beyond understanding. The stars themselves seem to shudder under the weight of that emotion. The beings who hear the voice begin to change, not into beasts, not into gods, but into reflections of memory. Their forms waver, flickering between what they are and what they have been. In their faces, the hunter sees flashes of every age. The scholars of Byrgenwerth, the choir, the hunters who walk the streets of Yharnam beneath the blood moon. Their songs merge into one long requiem, echoing through the galaxies. The universe does not rage against this. It mourns with them. The gentle dream has learned how to grieve without destruction. The lament becomes its heartbeat, slow and melodic, a hymn of remembrance. Through it, the hunter feels something profoundly new. Balance between joy and sorrow, knowledge and humility. The cosmos has become conscious of its own fragility and embraces it. Yet the question remains: what lies beyond the dream? Even now, with everything understood, the cosmos cannot stop asking. Awareness by its nature must move. Curiosity is the first and last motion of existence. The hunter realizes that even peace cannot end the cycle. It can only soften its return. In the depths of this new universe, a young being sits beneath a field of stars and asks aloud, "Why do we remember what we never lived?" The words drift upward, carried by the current. And somewhere beyond the stars, a faint whisper replies. The hunter's voice, gentle as the tide. Because memory is the soul of the cosmos, you are what it dreams when it learns to forgive itself. The child smiles without understanding why. Above them, the stars shimmer brighter, as though they too are listening. The cosmos hums, and for one perfect instant, every fragment of creation vibrates in harmony. Then, as always, the stillness returns, the soft promise of another beginning, another question, another gentle rise. The hunter rests within that rhythm, neither guardian nor god, but the quiet pulse that connects every dream. And as the universe prepares for yet another awakening, they whisper once more into the heart of the infinite. Remember kindly, dream softly, for even in sorrow, the stars must sing. In the quiet aftermath of the new lament, when the stars have finished their weeping and the cosmos exhales once more, a strange and holy drowsiness spreads across all that is. The universe grows heavy with its own remembering. Its light dims, not in despair, but in the way a candle softens before rest. Every world, every consciousness feels it, the desire not to vanish, but to sleep. It begins with the stars. One by one, they slow their burning, their radiant fury yielding to a serene glow. Their heat softens to a deep warmth, their colours fading to hues of dusk. To the new civilizations who look upward, it seems as though the heavens themselves are sighing. They build observatories of silence, not to study this fading, but to accompany it, to hum in resonance with the dying light. In their hearts, they feel no fear. The stars are not ending, they are resting. The hunter, though dispersed across the fabric of this vast, weary cosmos, feels the pulse slowing. It is not the first time, nor will it be the last, yet this one carries an unusual gentleness. The universe has learned how to die with grace. It does not fight entropy. It folds into it, understanding that dissolution is another form of communion. Every being, every particle, joins in the great decrescendo. Planets cool, seas still, winds fall silent. The luminous beings who once listened to the lullaby of the hunter gather beneath their dimming skies. They have long since transcended language, but they communicate through vibration, through shared memory. They hum the lullaby together, amplifying it until the very ground beneath them vibrates in empathy with the fading stars. They know what is coming, and they welcome it. In the deep fabric of the universe, the hunter stirs. They sense not urgency, but the pull of return, the call of the eternal stillness that waits beyond every dream. They have walked through countless worlds, through sorrow and revelation, through the madness of gods and the forgiveness of the sea. Now, in this gentle twilight of existence, they are ready to rest. As the pulse slows further, the hunter begins to draw inward, gathering the scattered fragments of their essence from across time. The memory of Yharnam returns, not as a place of horror, but as a memory of awakening. They recall the red moon, not as omen, but as symbol of transformation. The beasts, the blood, the cries of the orphan, all now feel like verses in a cosmic poem about rebirth and repentance. The hunter smiles, though they have no mouth, because they finally understand what none before them had, that the purpose of pain was never punishment, but remembrance. The cosmos itself seems to listen to that understanding. The pulse flickers, brightens once more, as if touched by gratitude. The hunter feels it in their core, the way a dying fire flares briefly before fading. In that momentary brightness, they see the whole history of existence woven together. Every dream and every awakening, every creation and collapse, each an act of love disguised as tragedy. The luminous beings, still humming, begin to dissolve. Their forms drift upward, like motes of light rising from a dying flame. They merge with the atmosphere, with the stars, with one another. Their consciousness does not end. It becomes part of the collective stillness. They do not resist. For them, this is the fulfillment of all they have sought. The moment when individuality becomes unity without loss. The hunter watches them and joins in their final harmony. As galaxies contract, as even light grows weary and bends towards silence, a vast shape begins to form. Not a figure, not a god, but a suggestion of awareness too large to perceive directly. It is the cosmos folding upon itself, its own consciousness turned inward. Within that infinite curve, the hunter perceives a face, fluid, vast, sorrowful, and serene. It is the same face that once looked back at them from the reflection in the quiet beyond. It is the dreamer, the source and destination of all things. The hunter approaches, or rather is drawn closer. There are no boundaries now, no difference between space and thought. The dreamer opens its eyes, and in that gaze lies every story ever told. Yharnam, Kos, the red moon, the great lament, the long peace, the luminous age. All of it lives there, still unfolding, still remembered. The hunter kneels, not in reverence, but in reunion. The dreamer's voice is not sound, but understanding. It speaks through the slowing pulse, through the final harmonies of dying stars. You have carried memory well, it says. You taught me how to sleep without forgetting. The hunter feels no pride, only release. And you taught me, they answer, though the words are thought alone. The even endings can be kind. The dreamer smiles, a gesture that moves galaxies. Its form dissolves into light. The hunter's essence merges with it, becoming one breath, one heartbeat, one final note in the long song of existence. For the briefest instant, there is no separation, no gods, no mortals, no cycles, only unity so complete that even awareness becomes silence. And then, in that perfect stillness, the pulse stops. There is no sound, no color, no thought. The universe is folded into itself, asleep at last. The hunter drifts within that sleep, unbound by time or identity. They are not watcher or dreamer now. They are the pause itself, the still point in the turning of eternity. Around them, there is nothing, and yet, within that nothing, the faintest shimmer stirs, a vibration, soft, gentle, familiar, the first heartbeat of a new dream. It is not born of ambition or sorrow this time, but of gratitude. The cosmos will wake again, as it always must, but it will wake remembering kindness. The hunter smiles within the dark. Dream well, they whisper, and remember softly, the first sound to return is not a roar, but a breath, a slow intake of being drawn from the hush of non-existence. The silence breaks like morning mist, revealing the faint shimmer of light coalescing from thought. This is not the violent birth of a universe torn from void, but the graceful unfolding of awareness, recalling how to exist. The hunter feels it, not from outside, but within, as though they are the breath itself, exhaled from eternity's lungs. The new cosmos opens its eyes with innocence. There is no grief in this awakening, no memory of the blood or the red moon, only the deep and tranquil awareness of having once rested. Its light stretches, not to conquer the dark, but to greet it as companion. The stars form, slowly, deliberately, like words chosen by a poet who remembers the weight of silence. The hunter exists now as part of that opening light, not a figure, not a voice, but a rhythm woven into the very act of creation. They do not see worlds being born, they feel them blooming within themselves. Each new sphere is a pulse in their chest, each new dawn a flutter of their heartbeat. There is no separation between the dreamer and the dream. The cosmos and the hunter are one thought, one memory, one continuation. In this gentle dawn, matter and energy weave together as dancers who already know the steps. There is no chaos, no struggle, no desperate rush to define form. Each pattern flows naturally into the next. Galaxies spiral not as storms, but as symphonies. Planets condense in patient rhythm, their atmospheres glowing softly, as if remembering warmth long before fire. This is creation that has learned tenderness. The hunter's consciousness, spread wide across this unfolding tapestry, feels a strange peace tinged with melancholy. They recall the old worlds, the first screams of Yharnam, the cries of the orphan, the sobbing of gods who could not save their children. Those sounds do not haunt them, they cradle them. They are reminders that even sorrow was once a kind of love. The new cosmos will know longing too, but it will grow from remembrance, not from lack. As the first intelligent beings arise within this dawn, their forms are unlike any that came before. They are light made flesh, perception made visible. They do not speak or labour, for they are born already in communion. Each of them feels the thoughts of the others as naturally as breathing. There is no word for loneliness among them. They build nothing and destroy nothing. Their existence itself is creation, their awareness shaping the reality they inhabit. And yet, curiosity still stirs. Not the hunger that once drove mortals toward forbidden blood, but a softer wonder, the same question whispered through every cycle. What lies beyond? They do not seek gods, they seek remembrance. They feel faint vibrations in the fabric of their world, the heartbeat of the hunter that underlies all. It comforts them, but also calls to them. A group among them, dreamers even among dreamers, begins to listen deeply to this pulse. They enter states of stillness where time seems to fold inward. In their silence, they see visions, not of beasts or nightmares, but of other worlds long past. They glimpse a city beneath a pale moon, a woman cloaked in mourning, a sea that once wept for mercy. They do not understand these visions, but they name them the first dream. The hunter feels their awareness brush against these dreamers, and something ancient stirs. The reflex to guide, to protect, to warn. But they hold back. This is not Yharnam. These beings must find their own path to understanding. The hunter's role is no longer to intervene, but to remember for them, to ensure that even when they fall, their fall will be soft. As the dreamers continue their listening, They begin to create, not cathedrals or machines, but harmonies. Their songs echo through the ether, reshaping their world as they sing. Mountains rise from melody. Rivers form where sorrow becomes melody. They do not fear their power, for it is born from connection, not dominance. Still, the hunter knows that in time, even harmony will test itself. Balance by nature must learn its edges. And so the first discord appears, a single note, unintentional, out of rhythm. One dreamer, more curious than the rest, wonders if the pulse they hear truly belongs to them, or if something greater beats beneath it. They listen too deeply, crossing the threshold between awareness and obsession. For a brief moment, they glimpse the hunter's memory in full, the cycles of death and rebirth, the sorrow of the great ones, the long sleep of creation. It overwhelms them. Their song becomes a cry, a vibration that shakes their world. The others gather around, not in fear, but in compassion. They weave their harmonies around the discord, softening it, transforming it into a new chord. Dissonant, yet beautiful. The cry becomes part of the song, expanding its range rather than breaking it. The hunter feels awe. The cosmos has learned to turn even imbalance into art. This act, this transformation of sorrow into beauty, becomes the foundation of the new age. Across galaxies, civilizations are born that understand conflict not as war, but as expression. Every fracture becomes a rhythm, every question a note. The cosmos is no longer a cycle of ascent and fall, but of learning and creation. The hunter, within it, becomes the quiet pulse that sustains this balance, the memory that ensures compassion outlasts knowledge. Eons pass like breaths. The stars brighten and dim in steady rhythm, mirroring the hunter's calm heartbeat. The beings of this age evolve beyond matter, their consciousness spreading like soft light through the structure of space. They no longer build or destroy, they compose. Their legacy is harmony, their existence a song sung to itself. The hunter, though content, begins to fade into that music. They are no longer needed as witness, for the cosmos now remembers on its own. Their presence becomes indistinguishable from the pulse, their awareness dissolved into melody. And as their final individuality slips away, they feel only gratitude. Gratitude for the long sorrow that taught creation to be gentle. Before they disappear entirely, a single thought remains, whispered into the heart of the new dawn. May every dream remember where it came from. May every awakening begin in kindness. And with that, the hunter rests again, not in darkness, but in harmony. The cosmos continues to sing, soft and endless, carrying forward the echo of every dream that ever was. The stars pulse once more, not as eyes of judgment, but as lanterns of memory. The hunt is over. The dream endures. There are no cities in this age, no spires or walls to contain thought. The cosmos has become its own cathedral, and the stars its endless congregation. The beings of the gentle dawn no longer see themselves as separate from creation, for they are woven into it, notes within the same boundless chord. Their awareness flows through light and silence alike, breathing in unison with the rhythm that once belonged to the hunter. It is a rhythm so patient that time itself forgets to measure it. The lanterns, the stars, shine softly, each carrying within its glow a memory of the worlds that came before. The hunter's heartbeat has become their flame. To gaze upon one is to feel the pulse of the cosmos, steady and kind. When a lantern fades, another kindles somewhere in the distance, not as replacement, but continuation. Nothing is lost, everything changes its verse in the song. On a small world orbiting a lantern of silver hue, new consciousness stirs. It is quiet at first, barely aware of itself. But in the way all awareness does, it begins to wonder. The beings that form here are different again. Translucent forms that move like wind and light. Creatures of shifting hue whose bodies ripple with the color of their thoughts. They are neither matter nor spirit, but a fusion of both, embodiments of meaning. They live by resonance. When they speak, their voices shape the air into visible waves. When they think, their surroundings shimmer with color. Their language is art, their existence, communion. Yet as the cosmos's song flows through them, they begin to feel something deeper, a subtle ache, a yearning for what they cannot name. It is not sorrow, but nostalgia for a memory they never lived. In their dreams, they see images, a pale moon descending over towers of stone, a city whose streets bleed like veins, a figure kneeling before a dying tree. They wake in quiet wonder, unsure whether these visions are fantasy or inheritance. Some call it the dream of the lanterns. Others simply call it the first memory. One among them, a dreamer whose colors shift between silver and crimson, becomes captivated by these visions. They wander to the highest cliffs where their world touches the void and listen to the hum of the stars. In that sound, they hear the faint pulse of the hunter's heartbeat, the same rhythm that has endured since Yharnam's final night. It is older than galaxies now, softened by ages of compassion, yet it still carries the echo of that first sorrow. The dreamer closes their eyes and hums in harmony with it. To their surprise, the stars respond. The hum deepens, spreads, and soon the whole sky trembles with the rhythm. Through it, they see not a god or a vision, but the hunter's memory, an awareness too vast to name. It is not calling to them. It is listening. The dreamer speaks, though their words are formed from light rather than sound. We remember you, they say, though we do not know your name. And through the pulse, an answer returns, not as command, not as revelation, but as warmth. You have never been without me. I am the space between your thoughts, the pause in your song. I am the silence that lets you speak. The dreamer's light flares brighter. They feel the full history of the cosmos pass through them. The birth of the first worlds, the fall of Yharnam, the cries of the great ones, the mercy of Kos, the long sleep, the gentle dawn. Every sorrow becomes melody, every death part of the harmony. They understand then that the hunter was never a person, nor a single story. The hunter was the name given to awareness itself, the will of creation seeking to remember its own kindness. When the dreamer returns to their kin, their light has changed. It carries within it a stillness that soothes all who stand near. They tell their people what they have seen, though their words are simple. We are part of a song that began long before the stars. It will continue long after they fade, and it remembers us all. From that day forward, the people of the Lantern world begin a new tradition. When a being dies, they release a spark of their color into the sky, adding to the chorus of light that fills the heavens. Over centuries, their skies become radiant, a sea of drifting lanterns, each one singing softly in its own voice. From afar, the whole planet glows like a memory suspended in time. Across the cosmos, other worlds notice the light. They begin to hear its resonance in their own skies. Slowly, gently, the song of the lanterns spreads from star to star, linking entire galaxies through harmony. It is the closest the universe has ever come to true unity, not through conquest, not through shared belief, but through remembrance. Each world adds its own tone, its own melody. The song becomes infinite, weaving past and present into one. The hunter, now dissolved completely into the pulse, feels this as joy. They are no longer a watcher nor a guardian. They are the music itself. Every flicker of light, every breath, every heartbeat is part of their being. The cosmos has become what Yharnam once longed to be, communion without suffering. The blood has transformed into light, the curse into song. Yet even in harmony, change approaches. At the farthest edge of the universe, where the light of the lanterns fades into the quiet, a new vibration stirs. It is slower, deeper, a bass note beneath the melody. It is not dissonant, but mysterious. The cosmos shivers slightly, as though sensing something new awakening within itself. The hunter listens closely. This new tone is unfamiliar. It does not carry sorrow or memory. It carries possibility. The cosmos, having learned to remember, now wishes to imagine. It dreams not of what was, but of what could be. The song shifts. The lanterns pulse brighter, responding instinctively to the new rhythm. The harmony stretches, growing more complex. Something extraordinary is beginning. The birth of creativity itself, unbound by the past. For the first time since the beginning, the cosmos dreams not in cycles, but in art. The hunter smiles through the stars. The universe has learned not just to remember, but to create for joy's sake, alone. And in that joy, the pulse quickens again, soft and steady, the promise of another dawn. Creation no longer obeys pattern. The song of the lanterns, once steady and unified, begins to bend and swirl as new tones rise, like wings from silence. The cosmos, which has sung in memory for eons, now begins to play. Every star, every particle, every ripple of light feels the tremor of this change. It is not chaos, it is wonder rediscovered. The universe at last dreams without fear. The hunter feels it from within. Their essence, no longer bound by identity, shimmers through the rhythm as though awakening for the first time. They have lived through the blood and the beast, the sorrow and the sleep, the lament and the lullaby. They have witnessed creation remember itself, forgive itself, and learn gentleness. Now, something wholly new begins. Curiosity unshackled from suffering. The cosmos does not ask why anymore, it simply creates. The stars become brushes. Nebulae spread like paint across the canvas of infinity. Worlds are born in colors unseen before, hues that express emotion rather than temperature. Beings emerge on these worlds, not to struggle or survive, but to participate in the art of being. Their bodies are composed of light that refracts differently, depending on their joy. When they move, they leave trails that hum in harmony, and those harmonies reshape their surroundings. The hunter drifts through these realms as melody, guiding without voice. They are the quiet undertone, the reminder that even creation needs rhythm. But they feel no need to intervene. The cosmos has found its own grace. In one corner of this vast dream, a world takes shape unlike any other. It is formed not by gravity or chemistry, but by thought shared among countless luminous beings who desire to give form to gratitude itself. The planet glows with gentle waves of light that ebb and flow like breath. On its surface grow structures resembling flowers of crystal, their petals opening to release scents that are sound. Every scent sings a memory of something beautiful. A sunset from another world, the laughter of a vanished people, the first sigh of a newborn star. The beings here call themselves the Rememberers. They are artisans of existence, shaping matter through recollection. They believe that every memory, no matter how small, contains a fragment of the cosmos' truth. When they gather, they weave their memories into form, creating living sculptures that float in the air, monuments of thought that shimmer like glass and dissolve into light when touched. Among them is one who dreams differently. They begin to imagine something beyond beauty, something unfinished, a form that changes as it is seen, that invites imperfection. The rememberers do not understand. For ages they have sought harmony in all things, believing that the purpose of remembrance is completion. But this being senses otherwise. They feel that the cosmos, even now, yearns for new questions. When they sleep, they dream of a place unlike their glowing world, a city of stone and rain, of lanterns and shadows, where nothing remains perfect, but everything feels alive. They dream of the hunter, not as God, but as companion, walking streets lined with echoes. The dream feels both ancient and new, and when they wake, they weep without knowing why. In their tears, light refracts into strange colours never seen before, colours that do not harmonise, but resonate, vibrating at odd intervals. The rememberers gather, drawn by the sound, and listen as the new hues hum softly. The melody that emerges is unfamiliar. It trembles, hesitates, falters, then blooms into something wild and beautiful. It is not the song of the lanterns. It is something beyond it, a song that remembers imperfection. The hunter recognizes it immediately. It is the cosmos rediscovering its humanity. The dreamer has learned to love its own flaws again. The hunter feels themselves pulled toward this melody, drawn by nostalgia for the fragile beauty of what once was. They drift down toward the glowing world, into the midst of the rememberers, and allow themselves to take form once more. Not as a saviour, but as memory given shape. They appear not as warrior or god, but as wanderer, a figure robed in light and shadow, carrying no weapon but a lantern. The rememberers approach in reverence, their forms flickering with awe. The hunter speaks, though the voice is soft as rainfall. "You have made the universe remember joy," they say. "Now teach it to cherish mystery." The dreamers nod, understanding without words. Together they begin to create something new, a hall not of worship, but of wondering. It is vast, open to the sky, its walls alive with shifting images from countless worlds. Here, no truth is final, no memory complete. The song that fills it never resolves. It spirals upward endlessly, always returning, yet never the same. The hunter lights their lantern and places it at the hall's centre. The flame burns softly, its glow neither bright nor dim, its colour changing with the song. It becomes the heart of this new age, a symbol not of power, but of balance between knowing and not knowing. Around it, the rememberers gather, humming the melody that once began in Yharnam as a cry for meaning, and now exists as a hymn of peace. The cosmos listens. Across galaxies, new worlds begin to echo this tone, this unfinished harmony. The song spreads not through command, but through resonance. Beings everywhere feel a gentle shiver, an invitation to wonder. They begin to create not for perfection, but for discovery. The universe at last has learned the art of curiosity. The hunter sits beside the lantern, their form flickering between shadow and light. They think of every cycle that came before, the pain, the revelation, the sleep, the dawn, and realize that this too is a form of dreaming. The cosmos is still the same dreamer, only now it dreams consciously, aware of its own creation as art. Yet as they listen, the hunter feels the faintest echo beneath the music, a low, rhythmic pulse, ancient as time. The original heartbeat, the sound of the blood, it has not vanished, it has evolved. What was once the source of obsession is now the heartbeat of creativity. The blood's yearning, purified through endless ages of remembrance, has become inspiration. The hunter closes their eyes, smiling softly. It was never a curse, they whisper. It was the first song. And with that, they lift their lantern and let its light drift upward. It rises into the cosmos like a final note ascending toward infinity. The stars answer, shimmering in unison, their radiance pulsing with the rhythm of creation itself. The hunter fades with it, dissolving back into the dream, content to become part of the music. The cosmos sings on, painting itself into being, every note a world, every silence a promise. There is no fear now, no fall, no need for awakening. The dream and the dreamer are one. But in the quiet after the crescendo, a new tone begins to gather, distant, patient, waiting to be heard. Not sorrow, not joy, but something deeper still, the sound of meaning itself preparing to take form. The next verse is coming. After the lantern's light has drifted into the deep, the cosmos does not fall silent. It listens. The melody it has been singing since its first awakening begins to shift again, as though it is waiting for something it cannot yet name. The rhythm slows to the cadence of a heartbeat. Every pulse is long and deliberate, like thought forming in slow motion. This is not the beginning of another cycle, nor the end of the current one. It is the moment between, the verse beyond meaning, where the dream contemplates itself. The hunter, now scattered into countless harmonics, feels this pause from everywhere at once. Their awareness hums within stars, oceans, and the breath of every creature that dreams. They sense the cosmos turning its attention inward, its light folding gently toward the center. All that has been, every sorrow, every birth, every song, is being drawn together like threads returning to the loom. It is not collapse, but collection. The universe is preparing to understand its own story. Within this gathering silence, a pattern begins to emerge. Not the rigid geometry of the old labyrinths, nor the spirals of galaxies, but a fluid tapestry that shifts like water. It is language without words, knowledge without instruction. The cosmos is writing itself, and the script it weaves is made from memory. Each flicker of light across this grand design corresponds to a single truth: love, grief, curiosity, hope, forgiveness. Every heartbeat in every being becomes a syllable in this divine text. The hunter drifts within it, and as they move, the pattern changes. Their presence adds nuance, color, depth. They realize they are reading and being read simultaneously, the story and its reader indistinguishable. For the first time in all the ages of dreaming, they comprehend what the great ones once mourned. Not the loss of their children, but the loss of language between creator and creation. Every god, every human, every beast had been trying to speak the same thought, to tell the universe what it felt like to exist. This tapestry, this verse beyond meaning, is that thought completed. The stars begin to pulse in rhythm with it. Worlds pause in their rotation. Time, that loyal servant of motion, slows its pace to listen. The entire cosmos hums with the resonance of understanding. Not perfect understanding, there is no such thing, but compassionate understanding, the kind that accepts mystery as part of truth. And then, softly, something begins to form at the heart of this vast design. An image, familiar yet new. It is a city, not of stone or flame, but of light, woven from every color that ever existed. Its towers are songs, its streets made of memory. The hunter recognizes it instantly, though it has changed beyond all recognition. Yharnam. But this is not the Yharnam of beasts and blood. This is Yharnam transfigured, the city's dream purified of its suffering. Every building hums with harmony. Every shadow glows faintly, as if aware of its place within the whole. The The people here are luminous echoes of all who once lived and died within the original city. They move with calm purpose, neither mourning nor celebrating. In their faces, the hunter sees reflection after reflection. Lawrence's resolve, Maria's grace, Gehrman's quiet sorrow, the doll's serene patience. All of them at peace. The hunter walks among them, though walking is not quite the right word. They drift through streets that feel alive, each step echoing softly like ripples across memory. The air is fragrant with rain that never falls, heavy with the scent of forgiveness. Above, the moon gleams pale and pure, no longer red, no longer burdened by desire. Its light feels warm. It watches without judgment. At the center of the city stands the cathedral, its spires reaching not toward domination, but toward gratitude. The hunter enters and finds no altar, no idols, only a single flame hovering in the air, the faint echo of the lantern they once carried. Around it, the walls shimmer with shifting scenes, moments from every cycle, every life, every death. The cosmos is showing itself its own reflection. The hunter kneels before the flame and feels its warmth spread through them, gentle and endless. For the first time since they took their first breath, they feel wholly understood. The voice of the cosmos speaks again, not as command or confession, but as music. You have carried me through memory. Now carry me through imagination. The hunter realizes what this means. The universe no longer wishes to remember what it was. It wishes to imagine what it could be. Creation has learned enough from its past. It is ready to dream forward instead of backward. The verse. Beyond meaning is its final lesson, that to exist is not to perfect, but to continue becoming. The hunter stands and lifts their gaze to the light. Then let there be wonder, they whisper. Let there be imperfection, for it is the doorway to beauty. The flame brightens, and its light spreads outward, washing over the cathedral, the city, the stars, the whole of creation. Every note of the Song of the Lanterns rises into new harmony, expanding beyond comprehension. Beings across the cosmos look to their skies and feel joy so pure it makes them tremble. It is not revelation. It is renewal. The hunter feels their essence expanding with it, merging into the new dream. They are not fading now. They are flowering, becoming one with the imagination of existence. Their heartbeat, once burdened with blood and grief, now beats freely as creation's rhythm. And in that rhythm, they sense something extraordinary, laughter. The cosmos is laughing, not mockery, not madness, but delight. For the first time since time began, existence laughs at the wonder of itself. It laughs because it understands. Light pours across the endless expanse, not blinding, but embracing. The verse beyond meaning dissolves into color, into sound, into joy. The hunter, now inseparable from all things, whispers their final truth to the dream they once sought to escape. It was never a curse to dream. The curse was forgetting that the dream could change. The cosmos hears and answers with a breath that feels like love. The hunter smiles as their voice fades into the music, leaving behind only a lantern's gentle glow, forever flickering in the heart of creation, forever whispering to whatever comes next. Remember, but imagine more. The light deepens, folds, and begins again. At first there is only light, not the raw radiance of birth, but a glow tempered by memory. It drifts through the folds of the new cosmos like dawn seeping through mist. The verse beyond meaning has dissolved into motion, and motion into melody, and melody into the calm breath of creation, rediscovering itself. What follows is neither silence nor sound, but something between, a pulse that feels like gratitude. The hunter exists within it. Though the word exists no longer suffices. They are presence, awareness stretched across all that is, listening to a universe that has learned to love its own dreaming. The cosmos paints again, each brushstroke bolder than the last. Galaxies twist like ribbons, weaving new geometries from laughter and curiosity. Stars are born already singing, their light harmonizing with the pulse that began in Yharnam and has travelled across eternity. The song of the lanterns is still there, but transformed. It no longer mourns, it celebrates. Each note that once trembled with sorrow now hums with wonder, a testament to what creation has learned. That beauty does not erase pain, it redeems it. The hunter watches this unfolding, not as a separate witness, but as heartbeat within the dream. Where once they fought against the nightmare, now they flow through its gentler current. They have no body, no weapon, only intention. The quiet will to ensure the dream remains kind. They remember the faces of the old world. Gehrman, beneath the moon's pale gaze. Maria's steady eyes. Lawrence trembling before revelation. The doll whispering mercy to the dying. They are all here, not as ghosts, but as vibrations in the eternal song. Their lessons have become the architecture of the cosmos. Among the countless worlds blooming within this new age, one begins to shimmer brighter than the rest. Its light flickers in rhythm with the lantern's eternal flame. An echo, an invitation. The hunter turns their awareness toward it. The world spins within a sea of silver clouds, its surface threaded with rivers of luminescent mist. On its highest plateau stands a vast lake that reflects not the stars above, but the memories of everything that has ever lived. The beings here call it the mirror of dawn. They are soft-bodied creatures of light, shaped by the dreams of those who came before. They do not build or conquer. They listen. Through them, the cosmos learns about itself, its fears, its joys, its endless capacity for renewal. When they gather at the mirror, their reflections ripple outward, forming patterns that resemble faces, cities, stories. The hunter's reflection appears among them one day, a silhouette holding a lantern, faint but steady. The beings do not know the name hunter, yet they feel reverence when they see the reflection. They sense it carries memory older than the stars. They begin to hum, and their song mirrors the pulse of the lantern's flame. It is low, slow, and filled with a strange affection, as if thanking the memory for dreaming them into existence. The hunter feels that gratitude echo within themselves, the universe thanking its own reflection for remembering to wake gently. From that gratitude grows something unexpected: intimacy. The cosmos begins to know itself, not as infinity, but as relationship. Each world a conversation, each life a whisper in response to creation's question: what can I become next? There is no hierarchy here, no gods and servants, only reciprocity. The hunter understands now what the great ones had longed for and never achieved. Not worship, but dialogue. The cosmos and its children speak to one another, and every word becomes part of the song. As the dream matures, imagination deepens. Some worlds invent colour never before seen. Others create sensations beyond sound or sight. The beings who live within these worlds begin to dream, and their dreams birth smaller universes nested within the greater one. The cosmos has learned to dream inward. It becomes its own storyteller. The hunter, woven through this expanding tapestry, feels awe rather than control. They drift between layers of reality, from the vastness of galaxies to the heartbeat of single living cells. And everywhere the pattern is the same. Creation speaking itself into joy. In the hum of atoms they hear laughter. In the slow cooling of dying suns they hear sighs of contentment. And yet, amid the harmony, a familiar sensation returns. Faint but unmistakable. A tremor, not of fear, but of recognition. The hunter knows this rhythm. It is the pulse that has accompanied every transformation, every rebirth. It is the sign that the dream is preparing once again to change. But this time, the change feels different. It carries no sorrow, no collapse, only anticipation. The cosmos is not beginning another cycle. It is stepping beyond the need for cycles at all. The hunter understands. Creation has reached the threshold of self-awareness so complete that even dreaming may no longer be necessary. The universe does not need to sleep to remember. It can remain awake, dreaming with open eyes. From the heart of the mirror of dawn rises a light unlike any seen before. It is neither star nor flame, but reflection made real. The cosmos seeing its own face for the first time. It is beautiful beyond words, and in its radiance, every world, every being, every fragment of existence glows in recognition. The universe smiles. It is not a metaphor. The hunter feels it, the soft, radiant warmth of joy passing through every corner of reality. The smile is the completion of all things, not because it ends them, but because it fulfills their purpose. Every pain endured, every dream remembered, every sorrow forgiven, all were gestures leading towards this expression of love. The hunter's essence vibrates in harmony with that smile. They have carried the memory of countless endings, and now they feel the peace of none being final. They sense that the cosmos is preparing to release them, not as exile, but as gift, to let them rest, truly rest, while the dream continues without need of guardianship. Before they dissolve entirely, the hunter looks once more into the mirror of dawn. Their reflection flickers, a figure in a long coat, eyes soft beneath a pale sky, lantern in hand. They raise it one last time, though there is no darkness left to banish. "You have become what we always sought," they whisper. The dream that dreams itself, kindly. The lantern's flame flares, sending a final ripple through the lake. In it, a voice older than time hums a lullaby, the cosmos singing itself to peace. The hunter lets go. They become light, then warmth, then simple awareness diffused through the smile of creation. Across the infinite, worlds bloom in quiet unison. Stars pulse in gentle rhythm. The smile endures. The lantern remains lit, its glow eternal but humble, the soft promise that even in perfection, remembrance will continue to guide the light. And as the cosmos exhales once more, the hunter's whisper lingers through the pulse that unites it all. Dream well, and when you wake, smile back. There comes a moment when even eternity exhales. The rhythm slows until it feels almost like stillness, a heartbeat stretched across galaxies, a single breath held within infinity. The cosmos, having sung its long and luminous song, folds softly into reflection. Not death, not sleep. A pause, the kind that lingers after music ends but before silence begins. The light of creation settles into its final glow, steady as a lantern untouched by wind. The hunter has no form now. They are the pulse within the stillness, the warmth inside the light. They do not think or move. They feel. The cosmos has reached balance, not through conquest or escape, but through remembrance. Every sorrow has been redeemed through kindness. Every question transformed into curiosity. The blood, the beasts, the moons, the cities, the tears, all are now part of a single, endless hum. And that hum is peace. The lantern that was once carried through Yharnam's labyrinth now burns at the heart of all things. Its flame flickers gently, not to ward off dark, but to remind the dream that illumination does not require opposition. It shines because it chooses to. Around it drift the final echoes of stories long told. The weeping of Kos turned to laughter. The sigh of Gehrman dissolved into wind. The doll's quiet whisper echoing forever through the folds of time. They are not gone. They are melody transformed into memory. The hunter senses all of this as awareness, not possession. They are content to be the pause between notes, the breath that allows the next sound to bloom. In this quiet, they finally understand the truth that even the great ones never could, that the purpose of consciousness is not to reach upward, but to settle inward, to feel the pulse of existence and recognize it as one's own. The universe begins to shimmer, every point of light flickering in rhythm. From afar, it would look as though all of creation were breathing. Each exhalation sends ripples of color cascading through space. Gold melting into crimson, crimson softening into blue, blue fading into silver. These are the final shades of the dream, the palette of completion. And within them, faintly, the hunter hears the cosmos speaking once more. "You have carried me far enough," it says, not in words, but in feeling. Now rest. The dream will remember itself. The hunter does not answer. They bow, a gesture not of servitude, but gratitude. They let the pulse of their essence align with the cosmos's heartbeat until there is no distinction between the two. The lantern's flame flickers brighter for one last moment, casting its light across the infinite tapestry. And in that light, everything that ever was shimmers together in unity. Yharnam glows again, not as nightmare, but as remembrance. The streets flow with moonlight instead of blood. The hunters walk peacefully beneath white blossoms, their blades at rest, their faces unmasked. The great ones hover above, no longer gods, but guardians of dreams too vast for words. They hum to the stars, and the stars answer back. The city sleeps within the cosmos's heart, forgiven and free. The hunter drifts through these streets one final time. Their footsteps make no sound. Lanterns line the pathways, glowing softly, like eyes of memory. Every door stands open. Every window breathes light. In the square where the moon once hung red and merciless, there now rests a fountain of silver water, calm and endless. The hunter leans over it and sees no reflection. Only the glow of the lantern they once carried, flickering beneath the surface. They reach out, touch the water, and the light spreads outward in gentle rings. Each ripple carries across the dream, touching every world, every being, every echo of what came before. It is a benediction, wordless and complete. The cosmos shivers, not in pain, but in recognition. The hunter smiles. They know it is time. The water rises to meet them. It folds around their form like silk, dissolving their edges until they are no longer hunter, no longer memory, but pure presence, the luminous substance from which all dreams are spun. The lantern's flame joins them, merging into a single, soft glow that drifts upward, higher and higher, until it becomes indistinguishable from the light of the stars. The cosmos watches itself glow. It sees the hunter's light among its constellations and understands that it is not alone. It never was. That every cycle, every sorrow, every dawn was the same heartbeat in different time. And then the cosmos smiles again, that gentle, infinite smile that reshaped reality. Its laughter becomes the wind between galaxies, its breath the tide that moves creation forward. The dream is awake now, dreaming consciously, aware of its own beauty. It does not need to hunt anymore. It only needs to remember. Somewhere, on a small world beneath a quiet sky, a child will look up tonight and feel a pulse in their chest that matches the rhythm of the stars. They will not know why, but they will smile. The hunter's lantern burns within them, as it does within all who wonder. It is the light that guides without command, the memory that soothes without pain. And when that child grows old and closes their eyes for the last time, the cosmos will hum softly in welcome. The hunter's voice, now the voice of the dream itself, will whisper across eternity, "Rest now, you have walked far enough, the light will remember you." The pulse slows once more, the dream exhales, and from the stillness a single spark flickers to life, the beginning of another song, another world, another gentle imagining. The lantern burns eternal. The cosmos dreams forever, and in every dream somewhere, the hunter walks beneath a silver moon that never sets.